Humanize your animals, people.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's
What's
what
up,
you do.
guys?
Hello,
Yes.
everyone. Welcome to Theater Geeks, Dweebs, and we're weirdos as
Yeah,
well.
we're definitely weirdos.
Full send.
Yeah,
Full send. All
three.
I had to keep it muted for a little bit because Scott was being a little over PG.
And this is a family show.
This is a family-friendly, PG clean
Whoa!
stream.
When did I create that channel? I don't.
Squeaky clean.
Not on my Christian Minecraft server.
Welcome to Moot Point.
Yes. Yes, welcome. This is our first just sitting around chatting about the Middle-earth campaign. We did a, what is it, Legends lore? We
did the deep dive.
Yeah.
For to get everybody set up, and we did
Right.
a Legend lore with Mark.
Legend lore with Mark, yeah. So this is something similar to that for our Lord of the Rings campaign.
Yeah.
We're just going to be going through a bunch of the going through what we've done so far. Yeah.
Dan.
We're gonna be going through what we've done so far in the campaign here, and talking through why some decisions were made,
or why decisions weren't made,
or why they
That's
weren't
very
made.
true.
Yeah,
because I have not made some decisions yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely made one decision to put a ring on it.
At least one.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
We'll be able to handle some very interesting what if scenarios, because this campaign, I don't know if I've ever showed the book, but it's Adventures in Middle Earth, the Mirkwood campaign, by Cubicle 7, and it is definitely decisions are built upon, and it's very good at creating snowballs at the top of the hill that end up being avalanches by the end. So
I already feel them building.
I was gonna say we going to see some avalanches.
Yeah.
I think that's what's so interesting so far. It's just like it's like, what have we done that's completely fucked us so far?
Yeah.
And what could we have done earlier that maybe hasn't?
Yeah.
Or were we just gonna be fucked regardless?
If we could have somehow killed Mogdred, it would have been great.
Snipe that son of a gun.
We sniped him. And John's just like, well, you won.
The campaign is over.
Campaign's over, and we're gonna
Thanks for
play
playing.
Tiddlywinks.
Who wants to DM next?
Yeah.
I'm done. Thanks.
But another important thing is we've gotten quite a few viewers. We've grown in viewership since we started, and our first couple sessions were not streamed. So
Right.
this is going to be a great time to catch people up, get questions answered, and make sure that everybody is kind of on the same page as far as the amazingly badass and wild things your characters have done.
There have been a lot of really cool moments.
Yeah. There sure have.
Yeah, agreed.
So before I dive right in, do we want to just dive right into this, or do we have questions or discussion concerning our characters specifically?
How do we win the game?
Yeah, how do we win the game?
Don't die.
Fuck.
Well, we're doing okay.
We're doing okay on that
We're
one.
doing okay so
We're
far.
getting real close.
It's been a little touch and go once or twice, but
Yeah, they were some hairy spots.
That
so.
orc chieftain.
Yeah, he was.
yeah, he was not playing.
Also, what was that? Really...
Traipsing the bridge too, with the ropes where you and I both about bit it.
Crossing
The
a river?
The flooded bridge and flooding the
Crossing the
river.
Midwater Marsh as well.
Yeah.
There were
was
several
also that.
submerged moments.
Yeah, you tipped over and dunked Halfling.
Yeah,
I
dumped
did.
Heflin in the water.
There was a
He was baptized that
He
day.
had it coming.
the evil castle that we were in.
Dol Guldur.
That one.
Yeah.
Yes. It's been so long, and I wanted to say Khazad-dûm, but it definitely wasn't that.
No, because
So
we probably would have
maybe
walked out of that one.
maybe we start with the thing and like.
Yeah,
questions will
let's
come
start.
up as we
problem.
go.
And then we can like bring up character shit
We'll
like,
play off
as
of
it goes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll play off of it.
And Dan's in the chat as well, so we'd love to hear him chime in every now and then.
And we can mod him.
Yeah. If we like what he says, then great.
Well,
If
we
not,
can time him out.
yeah.
Right?
You need to take a timeout. Sorry.
I mean, that's what you get for getting engagement photos.
Yeah.
I kept trying to tell him the
Who you think
engagement
you're
still
fooling?
counts even if you don't document it
I
with
know,
photos.
right?
He did state
I don't know nothing.
Yep, very, very honest there. You know what? Let's have that'll be Dan for today.
Okay.
I know it's for the other campaign, but that's Dan.
I'm sorry I don't have a little Hobbit standee. That's a life-size version.
We could also just grab his mini and set it right there.
That would have been hysterical too.
All right, there's Dan.
There he is.
Haha.
So, the campaign started with a coming together of a very unlikely group of heroes. We had a Dunedain from the west, a halfling, and a Bjorning had all met along the way to the moot of the Men of the Woods, the Men of Mirkwood. The Dunedain traveling to try to find ways of helping to fight the shadow. If I remember correctly, you've heard of the shadow growing in Mirkwood, and wanted to do everything you could to help. Hobson, the Bjorning, was traveling to be the emissary of his people to ensure that their interests were protected in the course of this moot. Fredwick was a little hobbit just traveling the world. He had left home, didn't really feel like he could ever return home, so he was kind of looking for his new place in the world. I'm going to turn it like that, see if that helps.
The white balance maybe
Helps. It helps a little bit. Not really at all.
Watch this shit real quick.
Oh, here we go.
I'm gonna go ahead and put it right up there.
All right.
Everybody can see that shit.
Yeah, they
And
can.
And-
That twitchiness.
Volley, a man of the lake, was fleeing from an operation gone wrong with his family, and instead of his whole family being at risk of being found out and slain by servants of the shadow, Volley jumped on that sword and announced to the villains that he was the one behind it and fled to try to draw the agents of the shadow
You can't get me,
away
nana,
from
nana,
Lake
boo-boo.
Town.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
I don't think I have heard that part before.
He did like Merry and Pippin in Fellowship of the Ring. Hey, over here,
Hey,
look at
look
us.
over here.
Yeah, oh, come and get us. Oh, no.
Come get me.
Yep.
I did it to allow my family to get away.
Yep.
Yeah. That I'm the one that did all the acts, not my family as well.
Selfless.
Yep. So, the
I just
Bjorning,
want to be famous.
the Bjorning, the
I'm doing nothing
Dunedain,
noble.
I mean, you're so eloquent, though.
the Bjorning, the Dunedain, and the Hobbit were all traveling together. The Man of the Lake was traveling alone on the Old Forest Road, heard them coming and hid, and
The
after
first of many times.
after they passed, he followed them, somewhat feeling like, well, these guys don't seem like servants of the shadow to me. You all met on the road. He eventually made himself known, and you all traveled along the road to discover a wagon that was full of kegs of various alcoholic beverages and entirely unmanned.
Mm-hmm. I think we sampled a little bit of that.
You did after you realized it was a trap laid by spiders of Mirkwood.
Spiders.
And that's when I made myself known.
Yep.
The first trigger warning for Scott here.
Yep. The first of many, unfortunately.
Oh my god.
Also, when we learned that these bad boys can talk.
Yep.
yeah.
These is talking spiders.
Yeah, here, let's give the dude that's arachnophobic talking spiders. Great.
Yep.
Giant.
Giant
Talking
spiders.
spiders.
Oh my god.
So after defeating
Nightmare fuel.
the spiders, you discovered that one of the people in the webs was still alive. You cut him down, and you helped him get to head to Roscabel, where he could get treated by Radagast the Brown Wizard, and also you were all headed there anyway because that's where the moot was being held.
Party all day, party all night.
Along the way, you came across
Involved in escort missions.
you came across a woman named Dagmar who had several men with her and several savage hounds. And they were looking
Yep.
for Baron, the guy who was with you. You all convinced her that you didn't know anything about it, that you hadn't seen this guy, but you'd let him know if you did. And they passed none of the vibe checks as they went on their way.
Yeah, they seem crooked as fuck.
Mm-hmm. And you saw them wearing on their armor. They had the symbol of a black dragon head,
Yep.
God bless.
which would come up later.
The symbol of the bad guys.
You were able to make it to Roscabel and had Baron taken care of. And the next day, the woodsman moot began. So it took place around a big rock. Oh, well, first of all, want to discuss anything about that first session? Any thoughts? Any
So what
any
would
memories?
what would a my I'm gonna be the what if guy probably. It's
Mhm.
like, so what would have happened had they gotten a hold of Baron? Like,
So
and I've completely forgotten about him. And like, shit, should we go see if we can find him? Like, how important is he?
Well, it hasn't come up since, so
Right.
I hope it's nothing, but whoop.
if you'll remember, he was very feverish, but he was able to tell you a little bit about orcs in the
Right.
in the southern part of the forest.
Right.
They were going to try to silence him. So then that message couldn't get passed along.
Okay.
Because, as you would later find out, orcs were returning to Dol Guldur.
Okay.
And Mogdred sent Dagmar to silence this scout who had discovered that.
Okay.
So we could have potentially never figured out that Dol Guldur is being re-inhabited.
Not until it was too late.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good on you, Baron, wherever you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delivered the message like a champ.
Probably in Lake Town getting rich as shit with the other dude that fleeced us.
Another what if...
right.
Another what if associated with that is if Dagmar had found out that you had Baron with you, she would not necessarily have attacked you right away. But she would have been like, hey, let's make sure he gets there safely, and found a good moment for herself, her men, and her hounds to ambush you.
Okay.
So, yeah, definitely,
Yay, we lied right.
definitely bullets dodged there.
Okay. Okay, that's cool.
It
It was him. I think I assisted, maybe, because I know I have deception.
Yeah, Frederick was hiding with Baron off the path
Yeah.
to try to keep him
That's
alive.
right.
I almost caused a fight. I'm pretty
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure
you
that's
almost
what-
caused the fight.
Yeah.
No.
You talked it out. I think I gave you the assist because I'm also just charismatic enough that
Yeah.
like, I gave you the advantage because you're better than
Yeah, he tried to fight Dagmar.
Oh yeah, he was.
He tried to
way-
provoke her. He was poking the bear, and the
Yep.
bear was just like, I don't care about you.
So had that fight happened,
You're level 1, fucker.
we were
Yeah.
fucked, weren't we?
It would have been a very tough fight to
Okay.
win, especially with one of your characters off in the distance, keeping the person
Right.
safe.
So she said that person was supposed to be.
Yeah, the three of you against the 4 humans and 4 hounds would have been very hard pressed to win.
Very, very challenging.
Yep.
Okay. Go us.
We're coming for you, Dagmar.
You going down, bitch?
What?
Yeah. So
I got a sword now. I got 5 blades, bitch.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep changing your name. If you're
I'm
gonna
just
keep-
like the many-bladed.
yeah.
Carries an arsenal.
double bandoliers. He's got like the leg straps. They all have just.
I just start failing stealth rolls because of just how many
You
blades
just
I fucking
clink
have.
around
Volley the
everywhere you
heavily
walk.
bladed.
He looks like a wind chime at this point.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna make a skirt out of daggers. You're like, fuck you.
You have more knives than the dude from Umbrella Academy.
Hey,
And
So-
one of them talks to you.
fucking talks to me. Oh god.
Player.
Later, that thing comes to play later.
So, after that, you all moved on to the folk moot of Roscabel. Several characters of note was Ingomer, who was the leader of Woodland Hall, who came up again recently, yeah.
Yep.
Heartfast
Pour one out for our boy.
of the House of Mountain Hall, which I don't think I explained to you guys very well. Mountain Hall is all the way over here by the Misty Mountains.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So they're still free
I know
men
exactly
of
where
the-
that was.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that far.
Yeah.
Yes, Misty Mountains.
You've heard of those once.
I'm pretty sure Scott dated her in college.
Yeah. There was a reason why she was called Misty Mountains.
Hey
Oh. Fridwald the Runner.
Horrible acne. Just holy crap.
Scoliosis.
We're the worst. We're the worst type of people.
Wait. Reason why Misty Mountains. The only way she looks good if you're looking at her from the top of the mountain.
On a misty day.
Yeah, on a misty day. Like, you look great, hon!
No, don't come up here.
No, it's fine.
You're good.
Totally fine. I just ate.
You look so good in this haze.
Fridwald the Runner of the House of Woodman Town, Ameliota, who wanted to start the clan settlement at the Black Tarn, and Kaowin the
Whose
Jenner.
mother recently hit on us for some reason.
Yes. Yep, Ameliota's
That's
mom.
right.
Yeah,
Pretty sure it was hot for us.
Kaowin the Jenner. Yeah. I'm glad you guys think that. Kaowin
That's
the
how you are, Peter. I'm just saying.
She was barely alive. That's what.
I didn't
really
know
happened.
if you got flustered by it or if she got flustered, but it was great.
He
Kaowin-
was catching feelings.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Kaowin the Generous wanted to start a clan, tribal clan at the East Bight. Beaufrey, son of Beaufort, wanted to reopen the Old Forest Road. Radagast the Brown was there, technically. Not necessarily all there, but he was there.
Physically, he was there.
Exactly. During the moot, there were several discussions. One of the things was the taxation of the road that went through Beorn's land, to which our good friend Hobson was able to say, suck it up and pay them taxes.
Give me my money.
Ameliota spoke out, wanting to start the settlement at the Black Tarn. Kaowin the Generous started making it rain bags of gold, like, hey guys, East Bight. throwing money around. But
That was
then,
mine. Yeah.
Money talks, yo.
Yeah, you helped out with that one.
the moot was interrupted by the sound of approaching horses.
There's Dick.
As a dozen riders came out of the trees up to where the moot was happening. And their leader was wearing a helmet that resembled a dragon's head. And you all recognized the armaments as being the same as what Dagmar was wearing, yes. This person introduced himself as Mogdred of Tyrant's Hill, but he also dropped the crazy thing that he was born as Ingold. He was Ingomer's eldest son, who was taken prisoner by the necromancer in Dol Guldur, and he had returned to start his own tribe at Tyrant's Hill in the
Kind of
south.
sounded like he had a bad time when he got taken by
Yeah,
Dol Guldur as well.
yeah.
Didn't sound like it was a great time.
Didn't sound like it. And Ingomer was obviously like, my son, heart attack. Not
You're
really,
hurting my heart.
but he was in rough shape after that. A wild octane has appeared.
Hey,
Good
what
to
up,
see ya.
dude?
Yes. I was just sitting there like, yeah.
Yeah.
I made it more homey.
Yes, because we're having a moot.
We are
We're
it-
mooting.
we're having a moot point. about all this. It's the whole point's moot. But yeah, we're going through the campaign so far, talking through some lore, talking through some character decisions, this and that. So please feel free to ask any questions you have, as we're just talking through stuff. Also, hi Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Good to see you,
Glad
not
you're
in
home.
person
Glad-
now, but digitally.
Glad you got home.
Yep. Mogdred also brought a gift for the moot. He brought bags and bags of orc heads.
Bushels of orc
And he's
heads.
like, hey, I killed all these guys.
That's what you
There's
call
more
it,
where that
right?
came from.
Up there together.
So allow me and my people to be an official tribe of the Men of the Woods on Tyrant's Hill. There will be plenty more where that came from.
All of us were like,
And votes were taken.
He did not pass the bite check.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was very interesting. You know, like when you sit there and it's. So this is what makes me. There's like my first, like, you know, we talked about that scene that you had with another group. Like, how could another group be like, yeah, I'm totally okay with them joining? Like,
Dude seems legit.
right?
You kind of need to know the people in this other group as well.
Okay.
they did a group insight check and rolled ones.
Yeah.
God, I hope so.
Seems
So
like an alright guy.
If you
debates
just look
were
at the
open.
bag of orc heads,
Yeah.
Right.
you're like, okay, that's
He
good.
killed a bunch of orcs. That's awesome.
Orc heads that are not attached to orc bodies are good. We like that.
And Gomer's
So-
kid? Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
mean-
he's got a good. He comes from good roots, you know. Got some good genes. Got some good roots here.
The
But no,
gabagool.
bad news bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, the debate was started where everybody in the group was allowed the opportunity to speak on behalf of one of these things on the docket. Welcoming Kaowin's people into the woodsman. I'm trying to remember if any of you spoke up on that one. I think so.
Which one was it?
I think each of us spoke on
We
something.
each had
Each of you
one.
spoke on
We each had
something.
one.
Because mine was the bite.
Letting
So it must
yeah,
have been-
East Bite. Yeah, that's
I was
this
East
one.
Bite.
That was you.
No.
Yes.
Was I the first one? No, because I was the one that because he was spending money. Because I remember I gave him. Oh wait, no, I was the first one.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
spoke
I
up.
was East Bite.
So Volley spoke up and was like, "Hey, you know, the more sticks you add to the bundle, the harder it is to break," type
Yep,
thing.
Yes. We are
so-
stronger together than we
Yes.
ever will be apart. Yes,
Exactly.
I remember that. Yes.
Yep. And
And
so
it was
that
so secretive too. Like, well, where you come from? Don't worry about
that vote passed.
I'm from this town called Nunya.
that. Yeah. None of your business.
Next was building a new hall at the Black Tarn, which I believe Darathon spoke up about.
Yep.
With similar things, but also like, hey, having a new settlement that far south will be good if the darkness rises down there again. We'll have them
We've
as our
spent
front
some
line.
time there lately.
Mm-hmm.
Just a tad.
Hobson,
yeah. want
as I
tab.
said before, spoke up about the taxes and everything having to do with the Bjornings.
That's why I went there.
As the emissary of his people, that was his responsibility. And then it came to the docket whether to let the Lord of Tyrant's Hill into the woodsmen. And everyone gathered was shocked when a 2'10" hobbit stepped forward and gave a speech that put them all to shame.
Not a dry eye in the house.
Not a dried eye in the house.
And that was epic.
About how fighting darkness with darkness just makes the world darker was kind of the main point.
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely epic.
yeah. Don't let a
Gut wrenching speech.
just because you're afraid for your household doesn't mean you let in a rabid dog. That type of stuff. And
Worth it.
everybody was blown away. Present company, all the assembled woodsmen, and so it was voted that Mogdred and Tyrant's Hill would not be allowed as a tribe of the Men of the Woods. And he left in a huff, swearing
You're
vengeance.
gonna regret this.
Exactly.
I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling hobbits.
Accurate.
Following that, there was a festival.
Real quick,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna chime in here.
Yes.
One of the reasons that I made Hobson the way I did is because I remembered the moot from the first time I played this game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I was very much... I played a character very similar to the character that Jason is playing this time around. I was a Dunedain Ranger, and he never said anything. Like, he was very quiet, very reserved, just, like, sat back judging everybody. And I was like, being that I've already played through a chunk, not the entire campaign, but through a chunk of this campaign, I was like, I'm going to make the opposite character of what I played last night. Or last time I played through this. And so, whereas my ranger, Amandiel, didn't talk during this moot at all. He just sat back and was like, we'll see what happens. I was like, I'm going to make a very, like, charismatic, outgoing, outspoken type character. And, like, a lot of that thought process came in based on, like, that interaction. And I've kind of tailored the character that way accordingly.
Now, in other games, have you played charismatic characters, or do you typically play the more stoic, like you were talking about with your first one?
I'm usually like a rogue, like a little more reserved. Like I don't play the boisterous, outgoing character very often.
I'm usually the bard. He's usually the sneaky stabby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is definitely Hobson has been a ton of fun for me to play just because it's been very, very different from what I have typically played.
And you've had some like great, like just major clutch moments, and then I know we'll bring them up, but like, like the charismatic portion of your character has just been
off the charts.
Yeah. And and of those moments it also you've had great roles to go with it. But
yeah,
like,
that helps.
But the how you pulled it off, and then before the role, like,
and frankly, as a player, like one of the biggest revelations I've ever had in like the D&D world is that you can affect the game just as much by talking as you can by like casting a massive spell
Fireball.
or like double hand axe crit. Like you can have like incredible moments in combat as well, but like the game can be affected just as much, if not more so, by talking than it can by fighting. And that was something that clicked with me when I was putting this character together, and it's been a ton of fun seeing the results of that.
Just throwing it out there, I think that's something that the movie Honor Among Thieves did really well, was showing the power of words or axes or spells. Like, they did a good job showing that.
Each and every one of those things can affect the game in a profound way, and none of them are like the only way, and that's one of the reasons this game is so fun.
Octane did ask a question that we should answer real quick. Are both campaigns homebrewed or a module? We have one of each. So this is Adventures in Middle-earth Mirkwood campaign by Cubicle 7. It is a discontinued module at this point. The rights ran out, so
the rights expired and we're not.
Yeah, so I bought all the books back when it was still a thing, and so this is a module, but I have homebrewed and catered enough to it that this one is almost like 50-50. I mean, Caleb has played the module before most of the way through, and you can speak to what a different experience it's been this time around. Like, with all the care you guys have put into your characters and backstories, I've really been trying to make sure that each of your characters gets a little more special attention than a module really allows for.
Yeah. And some of it has been like broad brush strokes. This is different. Some of it has been like specific missions. Like the mission for when we went to Dol Guldur, which we'll get to, that was completely like traveling there was the same, but then once we got there, like the whole like maze, like you come back and like that's not where you were. And you don't know where you go. That was completely new. Like it was completely different the last time we played it. It was more like going through things, and like we walked into a room and there were some scrolls, and so we had a scholar. It was similar to Fredwick kind of, but he was the scholar class, and he was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna take some of these scrolls," and it turned out they were cursed, and so he tried to burn them, and they like exploded in his face.
Yeah.
completely different mission than the one that we played, even though it's the same. So John's done an exceptional job of like making sure that it's not the same stuff that I've been playing through based on what we played last time.
And we'll get to it a little more when we start talking about Moss and Oak Hall, but
yes,
one of the characters in that campaign had a holding, but it was very different than
drastically different.
Yeah, and my
much
campaign,
less involved.
and my campaign is completely homebrew. Like it's, I mean, even tailored an art type for you to play. Based on your character's backstory. I'm altered things for your character.
My classes are like a homunculus of things.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, we did a couple of things to his paladin that he'll get to be able to do, and then and constantly looking at everybody's characters, I'm like, okay, how can I change and alter things to make it more special for you guys? Because I mean, a homebrew campaign, like, it's literally sky's the limit. So and that's like, and I've said this before to you, and I hope you remember, but like, I'll say it again, like, just the sheer fact of like, I struggle running modules. Even trying to put my own spin on it, I end up just going, fuck this, I'll just go homebrew from, like, I'll go so far and then just be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna take it on my own. I find them very stifling. So the sheer fact that this is
Tara's here.
Hi, Tara.
Hey, Tara.
hello bees. Just for the sheer fact that like you're running a module and it doesn't feel like a module.
Right.
There's some modules that you could play, and I mean, Wizards of the Coast, I mean, even though that they've been doing this for a while now, I sit there and look at some of those modules, I'm like,
You play the Mines of Phandelver, and it's the exact same every time.
Yeah.
And that's fine, because it's usually, like, the beginner, like, this is your
Mm-hmm.
intro to D&D, like, you're just getting off the ground. Like, maybe it's your first time DMing, maybe it's your first time playing.
Right.
Like, so there's something to be said for that consistency and simplicity, but you also feel like everything is pre-cooked, and you're just, like, serving it up how it is.
And I definitely think that, like, personally, I don't think I would have enjoyed this campaign as much as I have if you hadn't done those like nice little touches.
Yeah.
Because it does, like I said, it doesn't feel homebrew. That's why I don't. That's typically why I don't run a module. Also, because it's like, hell, you guys sat at my table for the first time and y'all went, oh god, like I didn't hold back. You guys have played for a while, so why would I sit there and give you guys training wheels?
Right.
There's no reason. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
So like, seriously, bravo to you.
Yeah, it sounds like Octane and I are kind of similar in our DMing styles, where we both, if I'm doing a long campaign, I prefer to add stuff to a module. But I mean, I did a Christmas special for us. I homebrewed a Christmas special, like a one-off Wizarding College thing. So
I like that one a lot.
That was fun.
That was good times.
maybe we'll explore that world and that college again at some point, because there's some stuff there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And I'll take like encounters and then tailor them to fit.
Right.
But
oh yeah. So yeah. After the Moot, there was a big festival where Hobson won a strength contest and declared himself strongest in the universe.
The strongest man in the woods.
Yep.
He is the strongest man in the world.
And then
That's no lie.
The group participated in a riddle battle against some elves, and they ended up winning and getting a necklace of intelligence that
we gave to.
It wasn't me. It wasn't going to help
No.
me.
We
It was
gave it to Fredwick.
Fredwick.
It was for
Oh, that's right, we
Fredwick.
gave it to
Yeah,
Fredwick.
Fredwick.
Because I
ended
was
up
like,
with it.
look, it's going to take my intelligence from a 10 to 11. Maybe don't give it to me.
That's true.
I'm probably not the best candidate for this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, hold on, real quick before we get too far into the festival. So, we've been talking about like the what ifs.
Yes.
So we had 4 very major votes that we did during that moot.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We helped 3 be established and 1 be abolished.
Mm-hmm.
What would have happened if we would have swung in a different direction? Like that would have had I mean, obviously, if we let Mordred in, like that would have been That'd have been horrible.
Yeah, Mordred.
Names.
So, first of all, if there had been a vote concerning whether or not to pay Beorn's taxes, A couple things would have happened. There would have been a delegation sent to Beorn with demands of lowering or abolishing the taxes.
Okay.
However that went would determine whether the taxes get lowered or Beorn's people are like, all right, can't ship stuff through us anymore if you're not going to pay our taxes.
Okay.
Which would result in fewer goods being available in the woods.
Okay.
And the area around, like this whole area around Beorn's house would be more dangerous. It would go up a danger rating.
Really? Okay.
Because they would withdraw a lot of their protection and just focus on their own lands. So
Okay.
would have been some bad stuff there.
Popson would not have been patrolling the way
True.
he has been.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
As far
Still
as the
my
other
favorite
three,
I still love that.
as far
so
as
good.
the East Bite, the Black Tarn, and Tyrant's Hill, there's a table here for what would
Wow.
happen if it was accepted or
interesting.
declined. Yeah. So I'll just read these out loud.
No.
Keowin, the Generous. Accepted. Over the next few years, several woodsman families would move to the East Bite and settle there. Keowin names his main settlement the East Bite, and it prospers for several years.
Okay.
Rejected. Keowin returns empty-handed and angry. His people rapidly dwindle as many flee the forest for safer lands of the Bardings to the north.
Wow.
So a lot of the protection and anti-bad guy stuff going on in the East Bite would be less, and that region would be more dangerous.
Okay.
Amaliota. Accepted. Any woodsmen who wish to settle by the lake are welcomed in Blacktarn Hall. Many people from Woodsman Town and Roscovel go east to help its building, which you guys experienced. Rejected. Shocked and surprised, the Shield Maiden returns home to the lake. Her people continue to grow in numbers, but more and more of them turn to Mogdrid's men for protection.
Oh.
So Mogdrid would get a sphere of influence
Over
Around
at-
Black Tarn.
in the Black Tarn, yes.
Oh shit.
Yes.
That would have been real bad.
That would have been horrible.
We made good choices.
Mogdrid. Accepted. Mogdrid's men help protect the woodsman's southern border, but they cause lots of trouble. There's bitter fighting between orcs of Fenbridge Castle and the warriors of Tyrant's Hill. When this other group accepted him, their next, I made it so their next mission was to go to Dol Guldur, and they were able to pass through the lands of Tyrant's Hill as friends, but they saw that Mogdrid had also introduced slavery and was using slave labor to build up Tyrant's Hill, and they were about to start fighting Mogdrid's men, even though they were friends with
They were
him.
friendlies.
Yeah. So
Mm-mm.
Well, slavery will do that to you.
yeah.
Yeah, but you realize you fucked up.
Mogdrid rejected. Angered, Mogdrid returns to his fortress. His warriors become raiders, attacking woodsman settlements and making travel through the forest even more dangerous.
Okay.
So
That all
that,
checks out.
and that's
Yeah.
what you're experiencing now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those are the what ifs of the votes that took place there.
I like it.
We haven't hit up against his men yet, though.
No, yeah. Currently,
So-
we're still.
Maybe that's like a closer to like a level 10 thing.
I'm sure it's. I mean, there's so many things that we haven't come back to. I mean,
Mhm.
When I got
a lot
my
of-
when I got my bear dream thing, I wandered out that way and I saw they had introduced some slave labor and like things are not going well. And who knows what the cause of the like weeds and stuff in Black Tarn is. Like things have been getting worse and worse there, so
yeah,
we might be seeing them sooner than later.
Yep.
yeah.
Octane,
I love wildly speculating.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Octane, I do hope you find a group to play with near you. There is nothing like rolling dice in person.
Yeah, I would suggest going to your find a local game store that you feel comfortable. And,
Yeah.
and put that out there. I know that's what I did over the one in Elkhart. That's how I got a lot of get back into
Yep.
gaming.
I've been part of a campaign for almost a year and a half now, that I just contacted my local game store and was like, "Hey, is anybody running anything?" And they're like, "Yep." And I looked out; it turned out to be a good group. But,
And then you always do like the random Facebook post,
yeah,
Right?
you
Which
never
is
know
why
what
we're
you're
all
gonna get
sitting
there.
which is why we're all sitting here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
real
like
funny. Like scratches the itch, but you can't really beat in person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, there's just something about sitting face to face, looking at your DM and telling him I'm going to fuck your monster up.
Yeah.
You know, like, and the DM going, "You're going to try." You know, that's just that's why.
Booing and throwing things is a lot more effective when you're sitting in the same room.
Oh yeah, very
Yeah.
much so.
Yeah, I've gotten really good at dodging and weaving.
If you can dodge a gummy bear, you can dodge a ball.
Yep.
We cut out those parts of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got it in post.
Yeah. No, I definitely have enjoyed doing online stuff. We've used Roll20 before, and we've used Fantasy Grounds, which is another like it's not purely online. It's or much free to play. All the modules and stuff you go ahead and buy in there, but it is even more extensive than Roll20, I think, because it's a paid for thing. But you can go in and it's so easy to change and alter the different like damage outputs, or like if you're making your character unique, the coding for it is pretty simple. So it's nice if you're trying to go and make like a really interesting homebrew game, or if you want to go ahead and splice some things together in different classes, that you don't have to change much. But you just go ahead and type in a little bit of code and test it out. One of our buddies, Ben, his brother-in-law is huge into it. He'll spend like hours going and testing out and coding stuff in there. And we've already played, I think, 3 or 4 campaigns in there. It's been so much fun.
Wow.
So, online games are cool. But, yeah, I can't beat this.
Yeah.
No, it's just you know,
It just hits different.
it hits different
Yeah.
because because I'm looking at you guys while we're doing stuff. It makes it feel more real.
Mm.
When you're just looking at a screen, it's
Yeah.
it's not as much.
It's different.
It doesn't stick.
Yep. Well, those were the main things that happened at the festival. The contest of strength. Oh, actually, there was the contest of strength, the intelligence contest, and some men from the lake may or may not have recognized Bali, and he was trying to kind of keep his distance from them, trying to keep his keep his cover intact.
That was a really fun time because we were all like early on enough. Like Hobson saw some Beornings there, you saw some men of the lake there, like, but we were all still pretty protective of our backstories and everything.
Yeah.
So like we were kind of sneaking around a little more and just not being as open yet.
Yeah, for sure. And you all met Gandalf, and he shot off some fireworks.
like-
That's right. We did meet
the
Gandalf.
fuck?
That's right.
That was the one useful thing he's done this entire campaign that we know of. Is
He's out doing his own thing. He's doing stuff.
hey, not according to Radagast. He's just out there blowing money in hose.
Hey, but
The,
somebody has to.
the halfling's leaf.
Yeah. After that, you all did your first fellowship phases.
That was insane.
Darathon
That's cool.
helped build up the defenses and train some of the men of the Black Tarn to get that settlement off on the right track.
Hero
Um,
of the Black Tongue.
Fredwick had met Barrick, the healer, at the festival, and went and apprenticed for him because his current apprentice was less than useless.
He was detrimental to the different potions and stuff. he was
Yes,
making.
exactly.
Let's waste all this shit.
Oh, he was trying to make an invisibility potion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to do invisibility.
Yeah. Volley traveled with the people of the East Bite and helped build up their city a little bit, mostly defending the town at night from raids.
Yep.
And Hobson, can you remind me what you did during that first one?
I went to Erebor.
Yeah,
You did. You went to Erebor,
I made some dwarf friends at
Yes.
the moose
Including-
at the festival.
That's right.
including King. You encountered King Dane himself, and you chilled with him a little bit.
Kicked it.
Not necessarily making the impression of a great and wise person from across the land, but this guy's funny. Let's keep him around.
Making the impression of this guy's a good time.
Yeah.
I won't outright kill him.
I want him here at my birthday party.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's get this clown over here.
Are we gonna have a session where it's just gonna be the birthday party in Erebor?
I really hope so.
Oh my god, that'd be
I want that so
hysterical.
bad.
The
Like,
night
we're
that
going to
Hobson lost
what?
all his clothes.
All,
Again.
all 9 Nazgul right into Mirkwood, laying waste to everything they encounter. Meanwhile, you guys are at the birthday party.
Are we gonna have a hangover and like lose King Dane?
Yes. Oh shit! Like all of a sudden.
When did we last see him?
All of a sudden, it's the Hangover, Mirkwood edition.
Yep.
We find him on top of the roof of the palace.
Naked, laying next to
Guys,
King Thranduil, like,
we
whoa,
fucked
what?
How did this happen?
We fucked up.
But yeah, so the group was then once you all as you were all out and about, you each received invitations from King Thranduil to take place in the Great Hunt for the White Stag.
Yep.
Which is a joke.
It's a big event that's usually just for elves only, but since you guys made such a good impression at the moot, King Thranduil was like, yeah, let's let them in. Let's let them take place in this. Wake up with a gnarly tattoo on you. Yes.
I legit
Yeah.
do have a nice tattoo on my face now.
Oh.
Duh.
You do have a gnarly tattoo on your face. That's true.
Yep. Yep.
More of a
there's
brand
a
than a
whole
tattoo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
you know,
Rake down
kind
my
of hard to
eye.
cover that shit up.
Yeah.
I don't have
Um,
enough. I don't know. I don't know makeup terms. What?
Contour-
Contour, concealer. There it is. That
Foundation.
stuff.
Foundation.
That's what I was talking about.
Well, foundation.
Not that I would
Foundation
know.
doesn't conceal. Foundation just is foundation to put other makeup on top of concealer. Actually, does the you usually put concealer on top and then it's the foundation.
So the foundations and
Build
the
on
concealer
top.
conceals. That's very helpful. Thank you.
I know. You're welcome. Guess what blush does?
What?
It blushes
Does
stuff.
it
Fuck.
make you more pale? No. Okay.
So most of the elves seemed pretty like whatever about you being there, but one in particular, a young, not young, but young as far as the elves go, probably like early 20s in elf years, named Ruthiel, who had just been made the captain of the guard of the Hall of the Elven King,
Oh yeah.
was super bitchy about you all being there.
She
Yeah.
was. She
Like-
was stuck up.
She's like,
Hey, she's
she's like, listen,
She did.
elves
She did.
only. Elves only, absolutely
You
elves
don't even
only.
go here. You can't sit
Yeah.
with us.
You can't sit
On,
with us.
on Wednesdays we wear pink.
Yeah, that was her.
That was totally her.
If we actually had an elf in our party, how different would have our
Yes!
interactions have been
Because the whole thing is I thought about playing an elf.
in the halls?
There
Yeah.
was a possibility.
That happened the last time we played this campaign.
Yes.
We had an elf in our fellowship.
Fucking Karen elf.
100%.
she
Yeah.
Oh,
was.
super Karen.
100%.
the get.
Like she's like, if I had a manager,
Yep. She
She-
was.
she even
She
had
would have
the bob.
been. She would have been super nice to the elf and still a
shitty
bitch to
to
the
everyone
rest
else.
of you.
Okay.
That's fair.
Good to know. Good to know.
Why do you
Good.
go around with those people?
Yeah, and that elf speaking on the behalf of the rest of you would just lower the elf in her eyes. Like she's very. Yeah, she
Hey.
wanted to speak to Thranduil
My-
about this.
My
Humbled.
my other character, I actually thought about if I hadn't gone with Holty Volley, was going to be an elf noble. Like I was actually thinking of doing an elf that was with you, not by choice.
I did
Fair.
find when we played this module the first time, it's nice to have an elf in your
Yeah.
party for certain things.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was you know
Good to know.
choosing
My second
character
character.
styles, like it was like, especially for a
Intrigue.
realm I'm not familiar with,
said
as
boy.
we have pointed out multiple times.
Right.
I had to help him get up into one of those beds.
It was
over
a character a characterization that I knew I could play very easily of being a snob, like being a brat.
Yeah.
And I was like, that would have been what
So you would have played Ruthiel, essentially.
Probably, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not the joke I thought you were gonna go for.
He thought you were gonna play yourself.
There was a couple.
I know
ways
what he
could
was
have
thinking.
taken
Yeah.
it.
I was right there, and I was like, yep, no, that's fine.
But
Get him.
So the group headed out on this, and they ended up finding
Jason.
the unmistakable sword and bow of Ruthiel lying
Yeah.
in the undergrowth after a while.
Dan, if you're still watching, I still haven't forgiven you for
Dan,
making
I
us
still
give it
have
back.
not forgiven you. Just want to let you know.
Boo, Dan.
Boo, Dan.
Boo,
Pembergo.
Fredwick.
Pembergo would have been awesome to shoot off at people.
Okay.
Jealous.
What does that weapon do? What do those? What do
We'll
those?
get there.
No,
We'll get
no.
there.
I need.
Wait a minute. That might mean we have a potential to get them.
Oh.
He doesn't want to tell.
He doesn't want to tell us because there's a chance that we still get him.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I mean,
Maybe.
How do we kill the Karen? All right.
I know, right?
She got better though. Is that my thing? I'm married. I can't seduce anybody.
Because
Yeah,
in
your
medieval times, they never had more than one wife.
I mean, in Middle Earth, they never have more than one wife.
Are you sure in the Beornings they're stuck with one? That's
Yeah.
it. No polyamory over there.
None that's documented.
Okay. Hey, if it's not documented, that just means that it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, exactly. No one's caught it.
Or it just means nobody talks about it.
It's not frowned upon. Mistresses have never existed either.
Exactly.
Yet,
You know.
that you know of.
John's making faces over here.
I'm looking up exactly what this
I'm just saying,
bow is like.
we don't know if
Okay.
everyone fucks.
Just
Okay.
loose
So
some
then
arrows.
while he's looking, so what was your character? So we know what your character concept because you went literally opposite of what you did before. Why did you decide to do a Dunedain Ranger? Dunedain, excuse me.
So, right off the bat, and it's a little bit because of back in like the video games that I played for Lord of the Rings back in the day.
Name them. Which ones were they?
Aragorn was my favorite. It was the PlayStation.
Was it Battle for Middle Earth? Or
I've
was it
played
like
that
the
one where you-
movie ones?
I played that one, but no, it was one of the movie ones.
Okay.
Where you got to go and play through, but they also had like a horde mode and whatnot. And
The Two Towers was my favorite of
Yeah.
the like movie games.
Yeah.
That was my favorite Lord of the Rings game.
and they had different options to play the main heroes. And Strider Aragorn was my favorite by far.
Okay.
So I played through him, and Rangers have always had like a near and dear thing to my heart because it was the first D&D character I ever played.
Okay.
So when that kind of meshed together with having like this Dunedain idea, when I saw that you could kind of put together the Wanderer mechanics with the Dunedain mechanics, and it just worked so well. Wanderer was a natural choice because I saw that we have 4 people, and I figured that in a lot of campaigns where we're trying to go in different places, there's going to be a lot of different obstacles we have to face. You know, like you don't just have, you know, a hunter and a scout and, you know, someone to set up the tent. You got to have a lot of different avenues you got to face, and the Wanderer having the ability to cover any of the ones that aren't currently being taken care of, that was a huge kind of move for me. So I think this might have been the first campaign I've ever done where I started with how I wanted to build the culture and class before I made my character concept.
Okay.
So I jumped into, I really like, Dunedain was going to be my number one, and then it was going to be Wanderer, and I was like, how do I make this work? And the Hunted by Shadows was an awesome background to go ahead and take because I know that it's eventually going to bite me in the ass, but it gives him
What do you
plenty
mean
more
eventually?
things.
It's already happened once.
Well, yeah.
How
now.
much more can it bite you?
You are
When I
actively
was
marked
back
for
there-
death, my guy.
Sir,
When
I was
I
like,
was-
wait, it didn't bite you in the ass. It clawed you in the face.
Back then when I picked it out, I was like, plenty of rope to hang myself on.
Oh yeah.
And I've already seen it tighten.
And you literally almost died.
Yep. So that was the start, and it just started building more and more from there. And honestly, some of the more intricate things that are going into the character, like within the last month or two, have honestly been just because of the inspiration of playing this game and looking more into the history of the Dunedain, to really dig down deep and get a cool, like, even deeper backstory into it. So, like, building off of that backstory, now there's, like, a tower of shit that haven't quite gotten into yet. And we've already bounced back and forth for a few things now, which have been really cool.
Since
What's your background? What background did you take for your character?
emissary of my people.
Emissary of the people. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so these two are both hunted by Shadow,
Yep.
but in two very different ways.
Two very different capacities.
And Caleb, do you want to talk a little bit about the Harrowed? Because your character in the last Dan's not here to talk about it.
Yeah.
And your character in the last campaign was the Harrowed, so you want to give a little bit of
Yes.
backstory to what that's like?
I loved playing the Harrowed, and talking with Dan, I know he has too. He's probably getting his pictures taken right now, but the Harrowed is so much fun because the Harrowed is only fun if you have a DM like John, because the entire thing with the Harrowed is you have the dreams, like you're haunted by dreams and visions of things that happen, maybe don't happen. You don't know. It's the whole Galadriel when you're looking in her mirror. It reveals things that were, things that are, and some things that have not yet come to pass. Okay. Maybe they come to pass, maybe they don't. Maybe it's going to happen exactly as you see it. Maybe it's going to happen differently, but like the concepts are still there. And so it is so much fun at the beginning of the session to get handed that piece of paper from John. And he actually like said the most recent one out loud because it was so awesome.
Yeah.
But that is a ton of fun to be like, maybe this is literal, maybe this is figurative. You just don't know, but like it makes you nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Like you read it and you're like, oh, what could that mean? Like, this could be great or this could be terrible or it could be nothing.
And
like,
what of his wasn't just like flowers?
Well, yeah, for the Dol Guldur one, we can talk about that when we get there. Cause, like last session, I made the Harrowed dream something that might deter or might get Fredwick to try to deter you guys from going somewhere, because it brings on an anxiety that isn't necessarily founded, and so. You guys
start
did
overthinking things because you're like,
True.
oh, I had this dream. Is that this? Is this? Is that pertaining to this exact situation or is it something else?
And then you guys
So you
did
start
end up
overthinking everything.
You did end up going and getting those weapons, but I set up the dream as potentially an obstacle for the group to get over before getting there.
And now that we've actually gone through the obstacle, you sit there, you go look back at the dream. You know, there was a lot of all the bodies falling in the river.
Yeah,
that was the previous conflict. That was the fight, and that's where the bodies were laid, was in that hole. So like it wasn't. We were potentially in danger. It was literally just him having a vision and a dream of, oh, beautiful, like that. Just all of a sudden, hi, it clicked. Don't mind me. I still don't know where the fuck I am on that map. So like,
but 100% that background is going to be more or less fun to play depending on your DM. Because if somebody else is running the campaign, maybe they're like, okay, you're the Harrowed, so you have bad dreams. All right, how do I RP that? Am I supposed to make up the dreams? Like, what do we do here? But the fact that John comes up with something that pertains to what we're doing that session, writes it down, and like gets the wheels turning it makes it so fun to play.
And we also like, you know, Dan said, and Fredwick therefore said, like, he hadn't had any dreams. He hadn't had a dream for
a little while,
like almost like a month. Like so, like the fact that he had nothing, and then to have one so strong, so dire, so morbid, like of course he's gonna freak out about it because he's been having restful sleep.
And when you have so many bad dreams for so long, when you're playing the Harrowed, you get to a point, if you don't have them for a little bit, that makes you nervous. It's like, why am I not having these visions
Why aren't you
anymore?
handing me shit now?
Yeah, like what is going on?
Listen,
that-
you giggling like a schoolgirl over there.
like what is happening now that I'm not doing that? Like I could be helping my team, but I'm not because I'm not it snowballs in a fantastic
you feel
way.
stunted.
Yeah, it snowballs in a fantastic way. Do we want to dive into a little?
Would
Denethor be considered Harrowed? In a way, it's not dreams that he had specifically.
No, he was looking into the Plantier too much.
Yeah.
That was kind of his whole thing. Let me see, because I think there is a background that's something like a sage or something. The magician, maybe? No, not the magician.
You touched on a little bit, Jason, about how cool the history and the background of the Dunedain is. Do you want to talk a little bit more about like who the Dunedain are, and where they came from, and that kind of stuff? Because they do have a really awesome history.
Well, I only dipped into it a little bit, so the specifics are going to be very hazy for me. I've got broad strokes, but essentially, the Dunedain are descendants from Numenor and Arnor. And Numenor is kind of very like northwestern area.
Numenor was an island.
Yeah, it's kind of separate from Middle Earth as a continent, essentially. But they were the direct descendants from the split between elf and man, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the big things that Numenor has like a heavy lineage, and Rings of Power dips into a little bit, but not a lot. But it was kind of its entire kingdom by itself, and that spilled out more into Middle Earth over time as they were fighting the darkness, like way back for Morgoth, right?
What?
When Numenor started coming more into like the Middle Earth.
It was to
proper.
fight Sauron. It was to fight Sauron, not Morgoth. Yeah.
So Sauron.
Morgoth was gone before all
Before
that.
they dipped
I'm
in.
pretty sure, right?
Yeah. So the Numenorians are the direct descendants of the men that fought against Morgoth.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what it
Their
was.
reward was they got set up with an island, and they're like, "This is the Valar. Like, this is your kingdom.
Yeah.
You will be blessed with longer life than men usually have
Yeah,
because you stood with the powers of good to fight
Was.
the evil that was Morgoth." So that's how Numenor became a thing.
Yeah. And so when they kind of banded together to fight the darkness of Sauron, afterwards I think is when the Dunedain started becoming more of like a chiefdom in Middle Earth. While most of them are descendants of Numenor because they had the longer lifespan and whatnot, they're more set up as like a ranger chiefdom to patrol the areas, mainly of like the Arnor area, which used to be a few different lands,
Yeah.
but now it's just kind of glossed over as Arnor.
Yeah. Long story short, Sauron went to Numenor, convinced all them to rebel against the Valar, who were the lesser gods, and he sank Numenor.
Mhm.
The Numenorians in Middle Earth had founded Gondor and Arnor. Arnor fought in a war against Angmar, which is in the north, and they basically fought to a stalemate to where both of them were destroyed. And so the Dunedain are what's left of the kingdom of the men of Numenor who were in Arnor.
Like the Men of the North.
Super
Yes.
cool. Like, it's a super cool history that goes back all the way to
Yeah.
the First Age.
Yeah.
And that's one of the...
And we're at the
It's
end
why-
of the
it's why I
third
ge-
age in
it's-
here.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
wow,
ages are
okay.
like 10,000 years.
That's why I
Oh,
that's
damn,
why I
okay.
geek out so hard on this. Like, there is so much
Yeah.
like just deep, rich history and lore, and it goes like generations deep.
Yeah.
Like, he has a really cool backstory, but it's because like the Numenorians did cool stuff in the Second Age and the First Age, and like he's here in the Third Age still repping. Like, very, very cool.
Yeah.
It's a really long line of the lineage, and that's why like if you look
you
in
have the ring?
the movies and whatnot, I have it upstairs. I'll go ahead and show
Okay.
it off here. Since we haven't talked about it, to like express what it is quite yet.
Yeah.
I didn't want to dip into it too much.
Sure.
But I can at
That's
least.
fair. We can make it a reveal later.
Okay.
Today would be kind of cool to like talk about what the name of it is.
Yeah.
And maybe get into a little bit of that. But I don't want to reveal what it means.
What's so funny is like I know how I built my character and like listening to you guys and I'm just like I don't have that much. I added to mine's on a totally different spectrum. You guys went lore and I went.
But you're adding a little bit to the lore of Middle Earth that I don't think was there before, but it makes sense for it to be there.
Yeah.
So I think your lore is just as cool.
I appreciate that. I appreciate working with it because, we'll get to mine when it's.
I was gonna say when we get to the thing where we go to Lake Town and like you're with your brother and everything, we'll get into yours.
So much in there.
Yeah, there really, there is.
But yeah, so essentially the Dunedain are the remnants of Numenor. And there's Dunedain up in the north from Arnor, and there's Dunedain in the south that are kind of like the Rangers of the South from Gondor's side, right?
Yeah,
So
the Athelian Rangers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's like, I think Faramir was part of that whole ilk.
Yep.
From the movies, if you know that. Trying to piece together stuff that's also in lore, but also part of the movies to help. But yeah, so I'm more in the northern area from where Arnor is proper.
Yes.
And they're a little bit more of the Rangers that keep it more close to home, but still try to fight back the darkness and the orcs, and be a little bit more of like the, I don't want to say cops because that's a terrible idea, but they're the wandering peacekeepers essentially, and they just do it as I said, a chiefdom. They have one that's essentially their head chief of the Dunedain, and that one normally has a name that ends in Dor, if I remember correctly, or no, not Dor, Thorn.
Mm-hmm.
So
Aragorn, Arathorn.
yeah.
So it's the ORN.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the suffix
Darathorn
is Orn.
Oh, no, that one doesn't.
But it's the ORN at the end that kind of like symbolizes their lineage.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that stems to like in Aragorn, since he is descendant from Numenor, who is the ones that made Gondor and Arnor. He's the overall like the youngest of the lines of chiefs that come up from Numenor, and since they made both regions, that's why he is the direct line to become king. And they don't really choose their chiefs; they're all decided upon by that lineage. But then they have like different areas in which they'll have people that oversee.
There's
those.
captains and lieutenants and stuff within their ranks, but
That's really cool because like I've watched the movies.
Mm-hmm.
That never comes up. Like
No.
and so that's like that gives a little bit. Okay, that's a whole lot cooler now. That whole portion of the movie.
So Isildur, the guy who cuts the ring off of Sauron and carries it on his neck, and then he gets ambushed and tries to get away. He was the last king of the United Kingdom of Arnor and Gondor.
Okay.
After he died, the kingdom split in two.
Okay.
And then Aragorn is the first to reunite both kingdoms.
Okay.
After 2.5.
So they actually reestablished the kingdom of Arnor, which is up where the Shire is and where Bree is and all that.
Okay.
They actually reestablished that after Aragorn takes the throne. Like he works to do that, and then he passes the crown onto his son.
Yep.
And they keep it going.
That's badass.
So it's really cool. And all of, again, he said, when they split the elf and man, because they were two brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That split. One decided to stay elf, one decided to be man. But that whole lineage through Numenor and whatnot have that extended lifespan, and so a lot of the Dunedain benefit from that. I know a lot of them from the north have the longer lifespan. Do the south still Because I thought that they were a little bit different.
I'll defer to Caleb on this one.
Because like a lot.
I think I know the answer, but I don't want to.
It just depends on how pure their bloodline is.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
Because in Gondor, you started like mixing bloodlines more so with other humans that were there already.
Yeah.
And so like you don't have the full on Numenorian blood, and so like it kind of thins out a little bit the
Right.
further away from
And,
that
like,
lineage you get.
the
like-
blessings are less and less.
Yeah.
Like Boromir and Faramir are from the line of stewards, not the line of kings,
Yep.
so they weren't as directly descendant from Numenor as
I think my
the Dunedain are.
favorite trivia tidbit about the kings of Numenor is they get to choose when they die. So Aragorn was 286 years old, I think, when he died.
sounds right.
And they just like get this feeling that like it's time.
It's my time.
Their brains they're feeling like their brain is starting to go a little bit. And
Yeah,
they don't,
the brain and the body are like, it's
I'm
time.
tired, I'm ready to go.
It's time to go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so like they get everything in order, and like they will have an heir at that point and be like, it's off to you, and then they go lay down and die. They get to choose. Because there's a whole thing in the Second Age where the Numenorians developed an unhealthy fear of death to the point where they were not doing that. Like it was time, and like they knew it was time, but they were like, no, I can't do it. I can't die. And so like they were holding on to life longer than they should. And that led to a lot of the corruption that
started
ended
going
up.
full Ares Targaryen.
Yeah, that ended up starting a lot of the corruption that happened in Numenor, which set up the stage for Sauron to come in and be like, we should all worship Morgoth now. And they're like, yeah, we should do that. Then we won't die, maybe. And then it all went downhill from there.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that because doesn't he tell Arwen like, it's time, I wanna just lay down and rest before my brain starts to go and I become like the mad kings of Numenor. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that bow. I've looked up.
Oh
its
my god,
stats.
that's right. I was like,
20 minutes ago, we were talking about a
We
bow.
were talking about Pembroke a while ago.
Yeah. +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Okay.
As long as you're not surprised, you always get to make a surprise attack before combat is joined.
Nice.
And,
I knew I wanted that bow.
well, it also crits on 18, 19, and 20.
18, 19,
Dan!
20?
Wow.
Oh my god!
3 out of the 20 numbers you can roll as a crit?
Yes.
I didn't think Jason would hate Frederick, but
Bro! You have a 15% chance of critting every time you roll the dice. That's crazy.
I didn't think
Yeah.
I could hate Frederick,
So Pembroke, whatever.
Penbergol.
Peanut butter is OP.
Yep. Penbergol is OP. So you guys
Oh,
did
peanut
follow
butter
the
parfait.
tracks.
It's really
Yeah, peanut butter parfait.
You followed the tracks. You found a door in a tree. You went down,
the
and
tree
you
door.
found that Ruthiel was being held by two dwarves.
Real skinny, beardless dwarves.
Yeah, the weird dwarves.
Skinny beardless dwarves named. I just saw their names a second ago.
They're from the Great Elf.
They are from the Great Elf.
I remember that.
Oh, that's right, because we sat there and
Oh, wait.
we needed we told
They're
the
kinda
elves
like,
that we needed to help them.
Duergar, I think.
Yeah, they felt very Duragarish.
Yeah.
Polin and Pomin.
Polin and Pullman.
Polin and Pomin. With some convincing, you guys let them know that, hey, we'll help you reclaim your homeland of the Great Elf. They've been trying to get the elves to help them retake the Great Elf. Big, ancient, dwarven city that has been overrun by goblins. And they're like, hey, all we want is their help. And you're like, no problem. We'll talk to Thranduil for you. Just please return Ruthiel, and we'll get it all figured out.
Just be cool, guys.
Yeah, quit being dicks.
And they mentioned
Maybe if
that
you
their
don't
leader,
try to kidnap people.
Their leader is named Farrar the Beardless.
Okay.
And they all shave their beards in solidarity and will grow them back after they have the Great Elf back.
That's why they're hairless. Okay.
Yeah. So, they let her go. You take
That's a
Ruthiel back.
fun little deep cut that
Yeah.
I would not have known otherwise.
Yep.
Yeah, agreed.
You guys
Do
take...
the women also shave their beards?
Answer.
This
Yes.
is a Q&A. Okay.
Yes.
Just checking. Just checking.
Then what do the men dwarves hold on to?
Their other hair.
No, they shave everything. No
They
fun.
are smooth.
No fun till they get the Great Elf back. But you all took her. You took her back, and you had the thanks of Thranduil and all the elves, and you did return her sword and bow.
Was that the same time that we met Legolas for a hot second?
It is.
Oh, I thought so.
Yes, it is. There was a big celebratory feast, and you guys found out that there aren't really. That no one ever really catches the white stag. It's all just a ceremony as a excuse to have a big feast afterward. So, as you returned, a bunch of the elves were like, "Oh, did you catch it?" And when you said no, they're like, "Yeah, no one did." The white stags
Wasn't
are
for Ruthiel, I bet we would have had it.
the white stag is notoriously hard to kill.
Which is why we hunt the same white stag
Is
every
there
year.
Yep.
See, there it is
Ever
actually.
a chance?
There it is.
Oh,
Is there
okay.
ever actually a chance to catch it and kill it?
Yep.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
I don't want to dig too
I'm,
deep.
I'm gonna guess the DC is like
You might
25.
you might encounter it at some point.
If we
Yeah.
get peanut butter parfait, we might be able to knock it out.
That's true.
Killing a heart in Mirkwood.
Whoa.
Here it is.
But it's like a cool white deer.
I don't know if
wanna
I could do that. Yeah.
I would kill it just so I could eat it and consume its powers.
Yep.
Can I just like shave a little bit off so I can go ahead and make like a cool little frocky thing? I can just put it on my cloak.
Just
So you could frock and roll.
just make like an airplane pillow.
Hashtag frock and roll.
Make a neck pillow out of it.
Yeah.
Any other questions about that chapter before we move on to Dol Guldur?
Oh boy.
That was a lot.
It was a lot. We can get through it though.
Was there anything that we missed? Like in all honesty, like did we hit everything pretty good? I mean,
Killing the stag was a potential thing that could have happened.
right.
Attacking.
What do we get if we kill the stag?
Or if
Because
there's-
like it's
Oh,
never
yes.
been done before, right?
It could happen in the future, so I'm gonna leave
Right,
that
alright.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
well, I mean,
stone
if
unturned
it's,
for
if
now.
it's
Yeah,
still a
that's
thing in
fair.
the future, then yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Hush, hush. I get it.
Depending on how you handled the diplomacy with Pollen and Pommen, things could have gone differently.
Murder.
Yeah,
Could've gone
so
sideways.
if they attacked you, it wouldn't have been much of a fight, but
Well,
they are part of a bigger clan that you would have angered.
Well, I mean, if I remember
That's fair.
correctly, like I snuck down because of my class because I had the easiest to hide.
Yeah, you snuck down ahead of.
And
Smell from
found-
your dark vision.
You ran
Yeah.
some recon.
I did the recon portion and knew like, oh, I've totally got the jump on these guys. So
Yeah.
like, let me undo some shit first, and then we'll deal with these guys whether we need to deal with them.
Yeah.
So,
Fighting them wouldn't have been hard, but there would have been definitely
There was
some
some
diplomatic
repercussions,
consequences
yeah.
down the road.
Ramifications.
The dwarves of the Grey Delve are kind of seen by dwarves in general as like, oh, those poor little guys. Oh man. Oh, we know.
Durgar.
Like, well, and it's like the dwarves of Erebor know what it's like to lose their home. Well, all the dwarves do because most of the dwarves lived in Erebor at one point,
Right.
and then they got scattered to the Iron Hills and the Blue Mountains and the White Mountains.
Between like Moria,
Yeah.
Erebor, like
Yeah.
most dwarven strongholds have been taken over
Yeah.
at some point. So like a lot of dwarves are very, very used to their homes getting taken.
Yeah. So dwarves in general would have
Dwarven wanderer
looked
under
on
the
all of
world.
you very unfavorably after that, like as bullies, kicking them while they're down, like that sort of thing. So there was a lot of advantage in doing things diplomatically.
Okay. Which I think at that point we were all just
Doing it
trying to do.
diplomatic.
Yeah.
We knew who the bad guys were.
Yeah.
And so these guys were bad. They were just. That's how I see them. They
were
bad.
desperate.
It was just like they were doing something stupid.
Yeah, they were desperate.
They were desperate. Yeah.
It was out of desperation.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is nice that nobody in this group is like a murder hobo, because like there have definitely been times where like you could spring into action immediately, or you could talk for a little bit, and because of how we've all built our characters, we've done a pretty good job of making sure everybody is more interested in like being friends with everyone than they are like, I'll show you. That has been helpful.
I've had to trip on that
both
line.
Both the two of you at times have been like
the battle, his battle.
Yeah.
I remember directly looking at you. I'm like, I do not want to jump into this.
Yeah.
And then like once he had that real bad hit, I went,
Nope,
done.
We got to the point where that was no longer an option.
And I was just there was just been way too many times where I'm sitting there going,
and a little birdie,
I don't want to get into this.
A little birdie told me that if we had not intervened, Darathon probably would have died.
Oh, I would have died. Yeah, no, I was hurting real bad. Yeah, no doubt. I was the odds were stacked against me on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was not
things
meant
were
to be a
not.
one-on-one.
Things were not going well.
They were not going well for you.
You got some good hits in as well.
That's the thing. It's like, yeah, you really did get some great hits.
Should have seen the other guy.
But the problem is, it was probably going to be a mutually assured destruction type of situation.
Oh yeah, because
Like Angmar versus Arnor.
I would have.
That guy would have
Raged.
teabagged my corpse. I'm not gonna even lie.
Much like Angmar versus Arnor, it would have ended in both of you being destroyed.
It would have been mutually assured destruction.
Oh yeah, because had he survived, he
would have been. Yeah.
If he would have killed you, he would not have enjoyed breath for much longer.
Mm-hmm.
I am gonna be 100% honest. I remember taking his head, and then I never ever said what I did with it.
Correct.
Yep. So.
So you just had this random head.
At one point, I was like,
He shrunk it and put it like he keeps
carried
it in his
around
little...
this orc head.
Yeah.
And I never got rid of it. I never.
I always assumed you just mounted it on the wall in your room in Masano Call.
It's just up
Right.
there.
Yeah.
As it all drained out.
It's
basically looking like one of those pumpkins, like
Yeah.
Like a jack-o'-lantern.
Like
It's a shrunken head.
jack-o'-lantern, like-
It's a shrunken head at this point.
it's like November 15th. a jack-o'-lantern. It's
Yeah,
like,
I promise this guy was bigger when we fought him. Okay.
It's okay. You get used to the smell. It's fine. He didn't smell that much better when he was alive. No.
Next,
Oh man.
you all you had your fellowship phase. I don't remember what you guys did this fellowship phase, but I remember that you were each met by talking rabbits at the end of it.
Yes.
I was building. This was the point in the time where I was building the path from Lake Town to the East Bight to help set
Yes,
up
you
the
were
trade
hoping
routes,
set that up.
because
You went
I
back
wanted that as
to-
fast as
I
possible.
went back to Erebor.
You went back to Erebor to hang out more.
I think I went to the halls of Thranduil and I was helping them
Yes, along the old forest road to
so that I can get my bow.
earn a bow.
Yep.
Yeah, to pay off a bow.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I just remember like feeling responsible as much as my character didn't want to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Having that responsibility with the East Bight, that I was like, okay, I'm gonna make sure this succeeded since I kind of like ripped an asshole.
Yep.
And it paid off in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Having that good relationship with East Bight paid off in spades.
Yeah.
That's why I went to Blacktarn right after we did that.
But yeah, you all had messenger rabbits come to you saying that Radagast needed your help.
That was so fucking weird. I'm like,
You arrived at his house in Roskabel.
These are Raskabel rabbits.
I will totally tell you like that when you all said like you have a rabbit. Me, Scott, the player, was not really RPing at that point because I'm going, the fuck? I was just like, wait, what
Yep.
jack shit is this?
The
Like, oh
weirdest
no, this is
pager
what
I've
this
ever had.
motherfucker
Yeah,
does.
right.
I'm gonna send you a rabbit. Yo, come. And it was just like, okay. I thought I've done some crazy shit. Nope.
Guess we're doing this now.
Now we're doing
Yep.
this now. And I loved it.
Messenger
It was
owls are
hysterical.
completely normal, but rabbits.
Well, yeah.
Fucking weird.
No, I was dying. I was dying on the inside. I didn't want to be too crazy.
Yep. Radagast let you know that his fellow wizard Gandalf had asked him to do some recon at Dol Guldur, the old elf fortress in the south of Mirkwood that had been used in somewhat recent years by the Necromancer as his base of operations. And there was just a feeling of shadow stirring down there, so he asked the four of you to travel with him because he was afraid to do it alone. You traveled down to the Black Tarn, stayed in your hunting lodge there for the night. Mm-hmm. From there, you traveled south and ended up skirting around the Tyrant's Hill.
I think that's where I found out that things were not going so well for them.
Yeah.
Because I did a check, and you were telling me that his men did not look like they were enjoying what they were doing.
Right. His men didn't look happy, and the fort looked too big for the number of people manning it.
Yeah.
So things didn't seem to be going super well for our good buddy Mogdred.
Good.
But you all skirted around the hill, giving it a very wide berth. And traveled further south until you came to an area where the trees just stopped. And the area for about a mile around the old elf fortress was just rotted down trees. It didn't look like there'd been a fire or anything. They just rotted away from the...
They got dead.
Yep.
It was a blight, yeah.
Yep. So you all traveled up to Dol Guldur, and you entered. Do I have my... Oh, I don't have my thing with me. The image on the front of my... thing is the four of you on the...
Oh, that's right.
Going up to Dol Guldur.
Going up to the bridge, yeah.
I didn't even fucking know that it was that at that point.
Yeah.
Until... Because I was just looking up different landscapes for our stuff, and that was one of them.
Yep.
I was like, huh.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So you all entered, and you found a big atrium area, a big open entry hall with 3 stairs and 3 paths going off of it. You went up into the middle hallway, traveled down it to come to an identical room. With no other rooms along the side passage.
Yeah.
And things were just feeling off. You traveled around for a little while, not seeing anything, but just feeling like you were getting further and further into a labyrinth. And if you went back the other way, you found you were in the exact same area you were just in.
Yeah.
So losing your way very, very quickly. Until at one point, Radagast was able to... No, wait, sorry. Not yet. You guys came to an area where you could go left, down a path that looked like it led to daylight. And to the right, there was a deep pit with roses in the bottom of it.
Mm.
And Fredwick remembered a dream that he had that told him that taking that path would be safer. And so as you walked up to the edge of that pit, you found that there was some sort of invisible floor that let you cross over it and enter a door at the end. As you went through the door, you entered a storeroom with a staircase going up to the door. The door was probably a good 30 feet up off the ground. So there was a staircase and then just a whole storeroom that looked like it was supplies for a large company. At which point you found out that orcs had taken up residence here again. A few of them entered the room, and you guys did your best bow sniping moves for a while. Then a bunch of them rushed down, and you fought them off. As you heard more approaching, Radagast seemed to cast some sort of spell that dispelled some of the magic and showed you a way out through a little sewer passage.
There's a lot more coming.
Yeah, you heard drums in the deep, let's say. Yeah.
That was also the first time I blew the Horn of Gondolin.
Was it?
It was. Because it was when I...
And you got the horn...
I
Was that the prize for being?
That was.
Oh, that was the prize for the hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our prize.
Yeah,
for the hunt.
yeah, that's what they gave you for bringing her back safely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Bring her with you. Yes, I do remember that now. Yes, you blew the horn of Gondolin, and as these orcs started to rush into the room, they froze in fear. Some of them turned and ran, others just froze. But you were able to make it out through this sewer passage into the open air again. And when you looked back at Dol Guldur, you saw that there were, in fact, torches burning in a lot of the windows. There were swarms of birds and bats overhead, and some sort of illusionary magic had prevented you from seeing that before. But there was, in fact, life in Dol Guldur again.
And not
So-
the good kind.
So yeah, you all booked it out of there as fast as you can, finding yourselves being chased by groups of orcs with wargs. Not riding them, just having them with them like hunting dogs. Radagast was able to safely get you guys to the river, where you found a boat with 3 maidens in the water holding onto it, and they were the river maidens of Mirkwood. You all climbed in the boat, and they started swimming with a supernatural speed where you guys basically speedboated up the river and out of danger. From there, you were able to get back to Roscabel, and Radagast sent out messengers to many different areas with news that darkness had returned to Dol Guldur.
Very different from when I played it the
Really?
first time with the
Yeah.
other group.
Now, wasn't that technically the first harrowed dream that Fredwick had? Was the rose? That's
No.
the first one I remember.
The first harrowed dream pointed him to where he would find Pembergol in the forest underbrush.
Ah,
Okay.
Gotcha.
And so he saw the area where Pembergol was, and he's like, wait, this looks familiar. And he looked under the underbrush, and there it was. But this was the first one that was, like, seriously like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, something weird is happening here. Because you guys could believe that, like, Stark, you guys could... you guys could believe, like, oh, he just noticed the bow under the brush, but the fact that he knew that it would be safe and there would be some sort of invisible bridge, that was the first time you guys really got clued in. Okay, something's going on.
Oh,
here.
that's right. Because I mean, again, still at there with the lights. This is still another. We're still in that spot where we're kind of really holding on to our backstories, like
Yeah.
holding on to them really tight.
Not talking.
And I
a
do
lot.
think that was the first time Fredwick revealed that he has dreams to
Yeah.
us. I don't think he had
You are correct.
let us know. I think at that
Yeah.
point he was like, this may sound crazy, but I had this
Yeah.
dream and there were roses and I think we should go this way. And we were all like,
Yeah.
well, that sounds crazy, but I guess we'll go. And then it let us out.
Oh yeah, because I
Yeah.
think I was the one that questioned. Because since I'm the one that's so fucking paranoid, all the
Right.
time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Wait a minute.
where did this come from? Like all of a sudden you're sitting there talking about these flowers. What the F? And that's I kind of basically. Essentially, I bullied the Hobbit into telling us because
Yeah.
it was just way too convenient.
He heard the squeak and was like, "Oh."
I stepped on it, buddy, because you put it right
Well,
behind my foot.
and I don't want to speak for Dan, but Fredwick, the main reason he left the Shire was because he had these dreams, and all the other hobbits thought he was really weird for having them, and
That's
so
the thing
he
we
got
don't have Dan here.
he got ostracized and basically left so that his relatives wouldn't have to
I think
bear the shame of.
I think he did share that a little bit because
Yeah.
there was the dream, or no, when he looked in the pool, like the mirror of Galadriel.
Yeah.
He saw the vision of his sister in the pub, and the other hobbits were like talking smack about him, and she was like, "No, he's cool."
Yeah, take that conversation elsewhere.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
You're
where
not-
you can
you're not having that
shove your
conversation
conversation.
Yeah.
Because we looked in the mirror.
And then he was like,
Was that
she
before
love me
this?
still." After.
No.
So
it
we
was
talked. We looked.
after.
Okay,
It was-
I'm
it was
just.
after.
There's so many times that we've had like such
We-
important things with the elves
We did
that
that.
I'm like,
We did that in Rivendell.
it was in Rivendell. Okay.
Yeah, you guys went on that whole side quest, I think, after you cleared the Old Forest Road.
Yep. That sounds about right.
That sounds right.
Because that's in another session, or 2 sessions. But yeah. All right. Any questions about Dol Guldur? What happened there? Any sort of interesting stuff? There was a bunch of. It's so hard with Dol Guldur because there is stuff that you can find, but almost none of it is good.
That was my big thing for.
So
Dol
I was
Guldur.
trying to.
Everything is evil there.
I was trying to think of how much stuff to like, because in that other game when the one guy saw scrolls and just picked them all up in his hands, I'm like, oh, each one of those should technically be giving him a shadow point every day he holds it. So,
Oh no.
so if he holds all 5 of those scrolls for a day, his character is just gone.
Yeah. Just dead.
So
His character is consumed by the shadow immediately.
yeah, and so
Do not pass go. Do not collect 200.
I think I went a little too light this time with like not having stuff for you guys to potentially
you
grab.
just nerfed it.
Yeah, I thought a labyrinth and all that would be enough to be like, oh, this is crazy without.
But I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know of looking at even how our characters were back then. I don't think he really would have enticed any of us to grab anything.
Yeah,
because
but
You definitely wouldn't.
oh fuck no, I would. And honestly, I probably had any of you guys tried, I probably would have slapped your hands.
Shadow points are a different mechanic that are specific to this game. It's not exhaustion, because there is exhaustion in here, but shadow points actually lead you down to a very negative side of, I think it's your background?
No, it's your class.
Or your shadow weakness. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, your shadow
So-
weakness is part of your class.
Yeah.
I know.
It's your
My
class.
shadow weakness is dragon blooded,
Dragon sickness.
or dragon sickness.
Yeah.
Where I become greedy and hoard and
Eventually, hoard other people's things, if you
Yes.
will.
yeah. So like
My weakness is lure of power. So like I start off just like being resentful of people because it's like, don't you know who I am? Like I want, like I start.
you want you
I
want
start
them to
going
see
down
you.
the path of lure of power, and once you get to a certain threshold of shadow points, it starts really affecting you, and then eventually you are consumed by the shadow, and you basically like become a wraith.
At 5 shadow points, you become a full-fledged servant of Sauron, and you no longer have control of your character, and they travel wherever they can to serve Sauron. So yeah, with lure of power, 1 shadow point is resentful, then arrogant, then overconfident, then tyrannical.
Yeah,
There you
were
go.
become
That's
a tyrant. Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the progression
You
of
have
that one.
wandering madness,
Wandering
right?
madness. Yeah.
So you go from idle to forgetful to uncaring to cowardly.
Oh whoa.
Yeah.
That's a
That would
complete
suck.
diametric.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's,
Shift.
That's
And
wild.
then dragon sickness, grasping, mistrustful, deceitful, thieving.
Yeah. And then what does the scholar do?
Lure of secrets, haughty to scornful to scheming to treacherous.
So little Fredwick would be trying to take
Yeah.
us all out.
And then if you
Wow.
have the curse of
into the
vengeance, if you're a berserker, I think, has curse of vengeance, you become
Yes.
spiteful, brutal, cruel, then murderous.
So Octane asks a great question. How
Yeah.
can you get rid of shadow points once you have acquired them?
Fredwick.
What? Yes.
Fredwick.
Yes. Shadow points are something that these guys haven't had to worry about very much, honestly.
As much.
Later on, I will say one of the main ways to get it is traveling through blighted lands. And with the black rain that just fell over the area, and with the shadow growing, there will be more blighted land in the future. So we will be seeing more appearances from shadow points.
I think
But
I've
so
only
far-
gotten one once.
Yeah.
When Fredwick had a powder or something. He had something.
I got it after we got done fighting the werewolf.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
where I got mine because you guys were carrying the chest and I was sitting on top of the chest. Because that was my first there's riches in this.
Getting rid of them, there's a couple ways to do it. There are certain herbs that you can use to get rid of shadow points. Hagweed is, I think, the main one. that gets rid of shadow corruption.
It's always
Which is-
hagweed.
It shits
Which
like
is-
the
Well,
It's
that-
always
But
hagweed.
that's
yeah.
the reason why that's when we've always been looking at it.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
Because like you need it for curing shadow points, you need it for like the sickness, you
All the
need it for
corruption.
For the
weeds,
weed killer.
like,
Mhm.
everything is shadow involved.
That's why that's why.
That's why he's hoarding it.
Well, that's the reason why Frederick and I did the hunt for the hagweed
Mm.
was because when he had talked about building the greenhouse at the homestead,
Yep.
Right.
that's why I went with him.
That's right.
If nothing more than to protect him,
Mhm.
but I felt that I was going to be able to help him the most at that time to find it.
Yeah.
Because on it and its character, I mean, I can get to my character reasons, but yeah.
Yeah. So, getting rid of shadow points, potions, certain potions can do it. You can take a fellowship phase, which you would use to get a feat, essentially, or do something else. It's the in-between time, in between adventures. You can take that time to remove shadow points as well. Just taking R&R, being somewhere peaceful, doing something you enjoy.
I think that's what TK ended up doing when he
Yeah.
got his, because he got like two.
He had 2 shadow points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so like he already was like pretty.
He was halfway there.
He was pretty far down that path already. Like
Yeah.
1, it'll affect how you behave a little bit. Once you get to 2, it's like it's really starting to. So he took the fellowship phase to get rid of 1. So then it was just back to 1, which is like.
But he was a scholar,
Passable.
so then he also was able to make the hagweed potion and
Yeah.
take care of it. You can certain patrons can get rid of them. Elrond, Galadriel, Gandalf, they can all help you get rid of shadow points as well. Those are the main 3 ways. I'm sure there are more.
Oh, and
There are magic items out there. The group hasn't found any yet, but there are magic items that you can things that either have a certain number of charges or like after you use it once it breaks, but there are things out there that help get rid of shadow points as well.
now, probably another thing when you talk about, especially when we're talking about fellowship phases,
Mhm.
is the fact that we do our adventure, and the adventure might take a couple days. How
Yeah.
long is typically a fellowship page? Because like I know when my character started, my age of my character was 17.
Yep. Months go by.
Okay.
Months go
Yeah,
by.
and that's more for them.
And
It's like I could,
it depends. Yeah, it depends on the fellowship phase as well. It depends on how things are going in here. But I can tell you that the campaign started in the year 2947 of the Third Age. It is currently 2956. So
it's been 9 years.
It's been 9 years since.
So Hobson's 35 now.
Yep.
36? How old was he when we started? I think he's 35 now.
What did they say? It was 17?
Yeah.
17, yeah.
now
So
I'm 26.
26, yeah.
38 now.
Yep. So
Because I know I'm the youngest, so
yeah.
Mhm.
So years, yeah, 9
that
years
real
have
quick.
passed in the time that this is happening, which is also, I like that aspect as well because it makes it feel like you are in a long struggle against the shadow. You know, your campaign, our characters have been together for less than a month,
right. Like you guys are just now
like a
about ready to
week
hit.
or two.
You guys have been together. God, and I've already given you 4 levels. You guys have just now sitting at about, I want to say, 10 to 12 days.
Yeah, yeah, we're
Like,
coming up on 2 weeks.
Legitimately 2 weeks, and
They've been in
the
action.
hits.
They've
the
been in
hits-
action packed 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And it's the hits keep coming.
Yeah.
But trust me, I have already got plans to
Yeah.
get you guys get a slowdown phase. It
But
ain't coming anytime soon.
then on the other hand, if any of your characters die, it's like, well, that was 10 fake years that have just
Yeah.
come to an end.
Right.
Yikes.
Oh yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, you sit there and we lose one of these characters. It's like
Detrimental.
Well, even
Ooh.
like how long we've been playing this campaign for like 9 months now.
Ish.
we started.
We started in October,
yeah,
right?
we started in
Yeah.
October.
So like 9 years in game and 9 months in
real
real
life.
life. Like, we're getting to the point where losing a character would be pretty devastating.
We would probably need a day.
Yeah, it's one thing to lose it after like a few sessions or like,
Yeah.
oh, we've been playing this for a few months and like, but yeah, we're rapidly nearing the point where it's like losing one of these characters would be pretty devastating.
Yeah.
Octane, I would also love to see an evil version of this campaign where you're already someone at 5 shadow points trying to work together
Could you
to
imagine just
to serve
5
Sauron.
So after this one,
Yep.
we're on the
Yep.
same campaign, but an evil campaign.
But with all of us having 5 shadow points.
You start off as servants of Mogdred and work your way up from
oh
there.
my god.
Bro, that sounds crazy.
How wild would that be?
Because could you? I mean, because
Oh my
then
gosh.
we would not be working together. We would be honestly
Yeah.
trying to.
Well, and the thing is, as wicked and hateful towards each other as servants of Sauron are, they all serve him. And at the end of the day, they all do exactly his bidding.
Right.
But, like, even in Return of the King, when Sam and Frodo are in Mordor, they watch a giant battle of men versus, like, evil men versus orcs, because both of them are like, hey, we're going to go first, you guys wait. Like, at a crossroads.
No, we don't.
And there's a whole lot, like, Sam starts it. Sam starts the battle, which
Yeah.
super badass moment for him. But it's like, yeah, even though we all serve Sauron, stay out of our way. And so that'd be
so
interesting. Because like at the end of the day, you have to do Sauron's will, but
you can like make it your own way of doing
Yeah.
Sauron's will.
Yeah. These are the things that Sauron has told me to do. You know.
Yeah, it probably Octane makes a good point.
Octane,
like,
I
it's
think
pretty much just like modding.
yeah, I think we could do it. Maybe a
Kinda try to
one-off.
Overthrow Mogdred and then work my way from there.
Maybe
Oh,
we'll
because
do
think of the
Dark
potential. If you're
Dunedain.
evil, like if you're already evil, you're a black
like
Numenorian.
a black Numenorian, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
canon. That's a thing.
That's true.
Like that would be because you're already evil, so you can just immediately start with I'm going to like stir up some things in the ranks and try and take down the leader.
What's a Numenorian? Got to be black.
Magic
Try with a
is.
one shot. Yeah.
Like Black Mana and Magic the Gathering.
I like it.
No, I meant like how Aragorn is.
Oh,
black
in
in
Magic. Oh yeah.
That artwork is awesome.
That
by the
artwork
way.
is awesome.
so cool. I already built a deck.
Yeah, I would try it with a one-shot Octane. I'd write up some homebrew mechanics and
crazy.
stuff, and you can gain light points if you do the wrong thing.
Oh,
If you
turn
do the wrong
good?
thing, you go backwards. So you start getting good. Oh, this is. Can we take a bio break so we can
Yeah.
fully process this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
we
What would
are-
happen?
We are about halfway to the last campaign we did, so let's take a quick bio break while I write up some
What kind of-
rules.
What's so funny is like I said there was like Jason and I were talking yesterday. I was like, how long do you think we're going to be? And I'm like, oh, we're just talking about stuff. I can't imagine it'd be more than 2 hours. We're like, nope,
We talk.
no. Well, but the whole thing is you don't realize until we've actually sat down and actually talk about it.
Just how much
Really,
we've
how
done.
much there is to unpack.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
We've
stuff
done a
here.
lot.
Like we're like, yeah, we just have this backpack. Oh no, this backpack is a motherfucking bag of holding that we're just dragging with us.
Octane, don't you dare apologize for your crazy messed up brain.
Yeah, right.
Don't you dare.
Exactly.
You're feeding his fire.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what
And
we're
we're
all here
all
for.
That's
Yes.
what we're all here for. That's why
Yeah.
we. It's
It's so
people like you that like why we like doing this.
It's
Yeah.
so crazy, it just might work.
yeah.
Yes.
Because in
Ooh,
Lord of the
oh,
Rings
man.
Online, you
God,
can
what would I
do
play?
evil characters
Mm.
and evil
God.
campaigns.
I would
which is
definitely have
cool.
to play something different.
Would there
I
be
don't know.
different cultures you could use as well?
Oh yeah, sure. You could be Harad. You could be an orc. You could be like a goblin from Moria.
Any number of places.
Yeah,
There's
like there's
orc
lots
of
of potential.
you could be from Dol Guldur. You could be. There are
The wild men of the mountains, just west of Rohan. Like there's all kinds.
The Dunlendings.
Yeah, the Dunlendings.
Well,
just-
and
I
there
wanna know,
are
like,
there are
mechanics.
wild.
Bro, you
hillmen.
could use the Krebine from Dunland. it's
Yeah,
birds.
It's
crows.
amazing.
Those like crow creatures.
Those big
Yeah.
crows that like go like do your recon for you. That would be
Hillmen of Gundabad.
yeah.
with stat blocks?
Dude, you could.
Oh,
there's
you can do
so
all
many
sorts of stuff.
There's so many
You're
different.
basically gonna flip that book on its head and just like all the bad guys, you
Yeah.
just make your own cultures out of them.
I'm here for
Ah,
Well,
it. You
we
run
will
into
be back.
elves of Mirkwood, kill them all.
Yep.
And,
We'll be,
and-
we'll be right back. We
and-
are going to do a
and-
bio
and,
break.
And the best part, I would still have no clue.
Yep. All right. We'll be back in 5 to 10.
Yep.
We'll see you then.
Take it easy. Like right now.
Oh,
Welcome
like
back.
right now?
Hey, look, the cameras are on.
Scott had something to say.
Yeah, no, I
Bingo.
was just like, we were talking just a little bit off, like really just briefly, like, we weren't sure how this would go, and the fact that, like, as I just briefly stated, that being the blank slate of Lord of the Rings lore and knowledge, which you'll definitely hear when we finally get to Lake Town, that I'm really enjoying this because I'm learning more about the lore myself as if I was just watching the stream, but I'm sitting here with y'all because I've been playing this game now for 9 months.
Yep.
I'm digging it. Like, I'm digging it even more. Like, I already loved the game and was invested in the storyline anyway. Now it's like, oh shit. Because also it's going to be, I still have no fucking clue like what our actions are doing or what's the history of the places that we're going to. But I know y'all will tell me afterwards.
But it's also a huge thing
We will
to
let you know.
notice. We've been doing this for 9 months. There's still so much of our backstories that we have not explored yet.
Yeah.
Nope.
You guys
love that.
are...
We're just dipping into this.
Yeah. And I mean, man. Well, and yeah, we are, hold on. I have it on my calendar because I put it on my calendar because it's a funny thing for, we are 9 days away from the initial message on Facebook.
Yep. You guys have done this.
Wait, that's all we've done?
Yep.
What
There's
level is this supposed to
There's
take
like
us
2
to?
more years worth of
20?
content.
Goes all the way. Goes all the way
We're
up.
at 6. 7.
We're at 6.
Seven?
We're at
7.
6.
6 sounds right.
No, we're at 6
You're
because I don't
six?
have my 7 yet. Because
Yep, you have this much
I,
left to do.
Our total experience is at 19. I don't like that picture at all. Put that away.
What, this picture?
Yeah, no, put it.
You don't like it?
Oh!
Close that up.
Come on, man!
Close it.
We're all just trying to have a good time here.
Don't show me that demon. Okay.
And Octane, to say, comment on your comment that you just put in before we went to break, like your questions that you've been giving us on
Yes.
Discord. Honestly, I think like a little bit was like the seed of this idea for at least us as players. Like, we have legend lore, which is an outsider's perspective looking at our game, and Mark is going to do a great job of that when he's ready to step back up to the mantle for that.
Yeah.
But like, or maybe we can just do another one of these like that with you guys. But like, this is so cool because it's our viewpoint of what it is. And so so I mean, honestly, Octane, thank you. You're literally like part of the reason why this one's going on.
Yeah,
So.
Octane is one of our patrons on Patreon, and so he is constantly sending questions to us in the Discord server, and they have helped me a lot with my character in Scott's campaign.
Yeah.
And I know that everybody, I'm sure, can speak to this, but just constantly thinking through, okay, what does my character think about this? What, how would my character react to this? Excuse me. All that sort of stuff really helps as players.
And if you are happy to watch this and you're not a part of our Patreon, like, you can hop onto our Patreon. It's $5. You'll get some behind the scenes photos as they come out. I mean, we've got a trip to Gen Con coming up soon.
Yep.
We're gonna be doing we'll be having a cookout. So I mean, we'll be taking photos of that while it's going on.
Yeah.
When we start making merchandise, you'll be one of the first people that'll be able to snag merchandise because
That is in the works.
and that is definitely in the works.
So we are
Oh my
moving
God.
and shaking.
Yep.
Oh my God, are the opera? I can't believe we did it.
Yeah, in the next couple weeks, you'll be seeing us wearing some fresh merch.
Yep. And then like you would be in our Discord server, being able to be just like Octane and asking us questions, which
Good
is-
questions.
And that's what's so neat. Like I'll be honest, like I think my favorite question from Octane, because of course my background as a human, was the tarot card question because I love tarot cards.
I need to get with you because I am somewhat ignorant still, and I really want to answer that. So
Oh yeah,
yeah, I need help.
Yeah.
I need help.
yeah. But yeah, no,
yeah.
I very much. When I saw that, went, oh, I know tarot card stuff, and so like I literally went through and I went, yep, this is totally Holty. This is him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of Lake Town and going there, and experiencing things.
That segue.
That was a nice segue. I wasn't even planning that shit. Okay, because the whole thing is, again, I'm so blank slate with this shit. I have no clue where the first visit to Lake Town was into the storyline.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
It was the very next session.
Jesus criminally.
The group was asked by Kaowin the Generous to pick up a crown that he was having made there as an offering to the...
In Erebor.
In Erebor, yes. As an offering to the ancient spirits of the people who lived in the East Bight long ago and were buried in a barrow, and he wanted the crown laid there as a gift to them and a peace offering.
A bunch of people laid in a barrow before they figured out barrows are a bad idea.
Oh my God, was that a bad idea?
And so you all were sent to Erebor to pick it up.
I kicked it with my homies.
You did indeed.
I was like, hey, don't worry. I got this, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
I know people here.
And Darathon ended up speaking with a certain secretary of toy sales who
That's right.
was
I forgot about that.
Oh my God, I totally forgot that
an
too.
odd duck.
The
I
secretary
tried
of toy
so hard.
sales.
I tried. That guy was a character.
He was a character.
Can I talk to somebody important? Sure.
Yeah, talk to this guy.
Who's this important character I can try to rally against for the
The dwarves of the
dwarves of the Great
yeah.
Elf? Oh, you can talk to this dude. I think his name is Bill. Here's Bill Dwarf.
Yes,
God, that was so funny.
it was. And that may be my favorite character I've RP'd as a DM for this campaign.
That was exceptional.
Yep. For those of you who didn't get to experience it, he was very old and very single-minded, and he was very good at being a secretary and didn't care about much of anything else.
No, he didn't.
But yeah. Anyway, the group was able to pick up the helmet, the golden crowned helm, and you took it south through Lake Town, or through Dale. From there into Lake Town. The real name of which is...
That's a face.
I know the name,
Do you
but I don't
remember it?
remember it. What is it?
What is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you remember, Caleb?
Not with the spotlight on me.
Okay, fair enough.
Hold on.
Esgaroth?
Esgaroth, thank you. It
I
was in my
remembered
head,
it.
Oh.
and then
Oh.
as I was saying,
Wow,
we went
you're a
through
dick.
Dale-
I love it. Like you're just gonna let your brother like dangle there, and I'm like, he looks at me like, you know, like I still don't know where we're at on the map. Don't tell me what the real name is.
It's such a cool name for a town. Esgaroth.
Yeah,
really think
Esgaroth
so.
is a pretty sweet name.
So Esgaroth is the real name of Lake Town?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
called Lake Town because it's a town
It's
built
a
on a
town
lake.
on a lake,
and
yeah,
kinda
yeah.
unimaginative, but like the actual name of the town
Yes.
is Esgaroth.
Okay.
It's Elvish for kidnapping.
Kidnapping
hobbits.
hobbits and making them children.
Well, yeah. As
That
you,
is a fun deep cut.
As you guys pass through, Volley
Yeah.
made a stop off at a certain store owned by a certain family that may or may not, but definitely was his family.
Yeah.
Spoke
That was
to
your
an
family.
older brother.
That's my family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The two of you went to the local bar.
We went to go drink.
Yep.
We had a great
And,
That's right,
and
we
drunk
did,
and
we went-
well, you drunk him with you.
We
Well,
did. We went-
Fredwick actually
We went and
was
popped bottles.
Fredwick, as he was trying to decide whether to follow you or follow you guys,
That's right.
an old lady came
chose
along and was
neither.
like, "Oh, you seem lost, dearie," and took
Yeah,
him
you
home.
you little child, you are lost.
And took him home.
Oh my God.
The group was eventually reunited, though. The little guy found his way home, just
Yeah.
like Babe Pig in the City.
Because she took him to the pub to try and find his parents and
I was right behind you.
and ran into us, and we were like, oh yeah, we got him from here, and then she let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But first, she took him to her house for a lovely cup of tea.
Yes.
And
They
he-
did. They went to her house and had a cuppa.
And he just sat there, like, this is happening. I'm letting this happen.
He was the dog in the
Yes.
house is on fire with the cup of tea. He
Yep.
was literally like, this is fine.
This is fine.
This is happening. This,
mean, he-
I'll
his
just
poor
live with
character-
I just live with this old woman now.
I just live here now.
I mean,
After checking in with your family,
Yeah.
hearing that everything seemed okay.
Yep.
You all got passage on a boat south, went down the river to the shores due east of the East Bight, and you traveled west into the East Bight and delivered the crown to Kaywin the Generous.
Yeah.
At which point he very gravely said, "All right, I'm going to go take this as an offering to the spirits in the East Bight Barrow. If you guys could come along, that'd be great. But if not, this is my thing to do. This is my quest to finish. But if you could come along, that would put my mind at ease." And you guys agreed to go. You traveled through it was cold. It was the dead of winter at that point. And you guys traveled through the forest until you came across a scene something like this.
Yeah,
With
that was rough.
The entrance to the
sauce.
barrow right here. And Kaowin went in ahead of all of you, and you were all going to wait outside for him to come back out.
Yeah.
But after a while, he did not come back
He
out.
ain't come back out.
And you're all like, well, we'd better go in and see what's up.
Yeah.
And you saw him lying on a slab at the end of a long hall, and a ghostly, skeletal figure going toward him, holding the crown in its hands to place it on his head.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that was.
And Fredwick had a dream that clued him in that, hey, that crown ending up on that head would be a very bad thing.
Bad news bears.
So you all jumped into
Yeah.
action. And you all fought against this strange creature that looked like this.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it ended up looking like?
That's what it looked like.
Oh, I didn't even remember.
That's what the creature looked like.
Spooky.
I remember
Yep.
we all got real scared.
Carrying its skull in one hand and looking around with it.
Yeah.
And with the other hand trying to place the crown on Kaywin's head. You all eventually were able to defeat the creature.
Just in the nick of time.
And as you did, it seemed like some magic holding the barrow together collapsed. And the barrow collapsed with it.
On top of us.
On top of you.
That was
Most of us.
not
Hobson.
good.
Yeah, you were fine.
Hobson thought fast. He jumped, he clawed and scraped and found himself up in the forest in the dead of winter saying, "Guys?" And that is where we ended that session.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the next session was the first one we streamed.
I believe you're right.
I think the next session was the first one that we actually streamed. Because I remember thinking, man, we're coming in on a cliffhanger.
Right.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, that's what Critical Role did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So,
not saying we're that good, but we're decent.
any thoughts or anything about that session so far, though? I mean, I know you,
I think it's the perfect time for
Yeah.
Scott to talk about
as much as you're comfortable with...
Holty's backstory, because we got to see a little snippet of his interaction with his
Indeed.
peeps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Indeed.
so coming into this and wanting, normally when I play tabletops, I'm playing the spellcaster, whether it be divine or arcane, and this time that's not an option.
Mm-hmm.
I had to come up with something else, and so a good fallback for me has always been the rogue type character, and I was just trying to sit here and work with you for a little bit of trying to figure out how to make this work, and when I'm coming into a new situation as a player, it's like, what can I sit into that I know I can do well. And so pulling from my own actual life, how Holty, which is his real name is Holty, Holty Heartwood, his
Never heard the last name before.
Nope.
Nope.
That's
I
new.
think I've kept that. That's that. I will give you guys that. It's the Heartwood.
None of us know that.
Holty Heartwood. More like
the reason why he
that's a porn star
and-
right there.
Yeah.
and the reason why he goes by Volley is a Bjorn name. That's from up north. So like they the people of Lake Town can take those names. So I was like, that will be a way for him to kind of divert attention. That maybe they'll think he's from this land and when he's looking for him. But no, out of my own personal life, for whatever reason, I have this face that people just decide to talk and tell me all their life story. So it was one of those, like, I mean, one of our good friends, Danny, like, met her at Derby, and she sat down, she's like, hey, and then literally went, word vomit for like 25 minutes, and she goes, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, I have that kind of face. I totally get it. So it was like, I think you and I have similar charisma scores. Do you happen to know what Mr. Hobson's charisma is off top hand? I think
it is 17.
I'm just underneath you at 16.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
Damn.
the idea of him was, it was literally like someone who's completely unassuming, like, all of his brothers are very big, strong, strapping men. He comes with it wouldn't shock you that they would fight the shadow or be that type of person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm completely demure, very small, very slender, very plain-faced. So the whole idea I gave to him was, I hear secrets because, I don't need to worry about him. I'm completely unassuming.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and we've had a couple things where, like, I've seen visions of my mother's life, because my mother was a sister of the wood.
Daughter of Greenwood.
Daughter of Greenwood.
Yep.
And so, like, that's how that all hit me right there at the river. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're going in there. We have no option. We're going in there because my mother fought for this after these men died.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling Caleb last week when I uploaded the picture of the boat, you were like, oh my gosh, I'm so screwed. I'm like, you are, but not for the reason you think.
You are, but not in the way that you're expecting.
Yes, very much the run to the litter octane.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And, when you hit me with that bit of information that's where we were, I went, oh, shit. So, but yeah, there's a couple other things, but like, yeah, the big one is that he left Lake Town to basically pull the heat off of his family so the family could still do what they're doing in Lake Town, which is protecting it in their way, but drawing all the heat with me. So where he's being chased by orcs, I'm obviously being chased by men.
Other agents of the shadow.
Agents of the shadow.
Mr. Hardwood.
Yep.
Chased by men.
I didn't think about it that way, but
You said, so a minute when you started all this, you said drawing from real life, like when you were talking about Volley. I'm like, your family is a group of secret assassins? What?
No. Just the personality, the personality in
Yeah.
the background, and then like
the unassumingness.
the unassummingness, and like the other really big thing is that like you guys are the people he cares about, and so it's like, oh, you're fucking with them.
Yeah.
I've got to fuck with you.
Yep.
You don't get to mess with them. I get to mess with them, and that's it. That's your like the one battle. Like that was no, I'm not cool with this.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a little bit of the stuff. Like we did a little bit more work.
Oh, there's more.
I like all the deep cuts.
But
Yeah.
wait, there's more.
Well,
wait, there's
look,
more.
we all
Yes.
still have stuff that
Oh,
we're
yeah,
uploading that
yeah.
will be like
Yep.
really fun reveals later on.
Oh yeah,
Of course.
But yeah, no, but literally is, and it's one of it's that.
What do you mean?
Why would we have more that we're holding back? Yeah. But no, that's literally what it is. It was like, the idea is like, I don't know. Oh, and the reason why I picked Lake Town, one, town on a lake. But two, like, one of my favorite characters was Bard.
Yeah.
And so,
Bard the Bowman.
Bard the Bowman.
Yep.
And so, I mean, I do have a bow, but I was like, oh no, I kind of, and And for CR fans, one of my first characters is my favorite characters is Vaxeldon from Vox Machina. And so he had dagger.
Yep.
So that's why he's the thrice bladed.
Yep.
It's just my little
Vax inspo there.
Yes.
I like that.
Just
Definitely
a little
didn't
bit
know
of
that.
just
I
a-
like that.
yeah. So I had to throw it with my CR friends. So.
Awesome.
Yep.
So, as you were entering the barrow, there was also a poem that you heard a scary, creepy, ghostly voice saying
That's right.
Yep.
that I'm gonna read again because it's so cool.
It's fantastic.
Well, and the whole thing is I bet you like gonna go.
It's
for
from Lord of the
is.
Rings.
It is.
Yeah, it's in the books.
Cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone. Never more to wake on stony bed, never till the sun fails and the moon is dead.
Dear God.
You guys were hearing that? I said it in
Chills.
a creepier voice in the moment, but
Yeah.
the
What?
next session.
So one more
Whoa.
thing. What happens if the white puts
Yeah.
the
what would
crown?
I'll get
happen
to
if
that.
The
Okay.
helm on.
I'll get to that.
Eowyn's
Yep.
head. Okay.
I sure will.
Okay.
Glad he didn't.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, I assume it wasn't great for
Because
us.
I don't remember who started that combat. I think it was.
A new ring wraith.
Oh God, can only imagine.
It was probably Darathon. Darathon almost always starts combat.
Most of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
It's either you or him.
it really is.
Because I try and talk my way out of things, and Fredwick isn't a fighter, so it's always one of the two of you.
Anytime an enemy presents themselves, discourse.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime anybody shows up,
well,
discourse.
no, but the whole thing is like
I
I mean,
absolutely love that you do that as like I feel like we're on like fucking Family Feud because
hit that buzzer,
he's
discourse.
like, discourse because he's like don't let that fucker attack him.
Oh yeah,
No, there have been times I've been like, I'm going to talk with this person before he tries to shoot them,
yeah. Because I'll be honest, I think you're more trigger happy than I am.
Yeah.
which is why I said it's
Yeah.
usually him that starts combat.
I literally am like
Yep.
okay, how's this gonna go?
I'm
friend?
just here.
Please,
All right,
please.
show me discourse.
Yeah, like literally. Because I'm sitting there going, well, let's see how your dice rolls are going because I don't want to get into combat. I think that's the difference for this character for me too. It's like I am playing a melee character, but I'm like, I don't want to have to get into battle.
Yeah.
Because of my backstory.
Right.
So
Hobson was able to dig everybody out.
that was fucked up.
Being the
You-
strongest man in the world.
Yeah, you got Darathon out first, I think, and then together the two of you got everybody else out.
Because I had him. I dove
grabbed
back
him,
in.
right.
You grabbed
and
Kaowin,
I had
yeah.
him. And I was just like, I'm at least not going to lose him.
I feel like you were holding on to him and Fredwick, because Fredwick was right next to him trying to revive him as well. So I
Yeah.
feel like you were there with both of them. So yeah, you were able to get everybody out. When all was said and done, none of you could see the crown anywhere. Fredwick tried to grab onto it,
Yeah.
but it slipped out of his
Yeah.
hands, and yeah, you guys weren't able to find it.
a whole bunch of dirt.
Cavalcade of
God.
Earth just
Yep.
buried everyone. So
After
And I'll be honest, I think that's the first time I was really worried I was actually going to die.
Mm,
the whole buried alive thing.
And not in combat. It was a thing that literally was out of our control.
Right.
Because had numbers been wrong, we would have been gone.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
side of the table would have been dead.
Buried alive.
I remember throwing up my shield over myself and just like
That's right. That's
Yeah.
how you were able to
I
get yourself.
stopped.
You
You
were
had a-
stuck.
you had a little bit of an
Yeah.
air
I
pocket.
had like this
Mhm.
much.
You're
I'm
like-
like,
Yeah.
That's right. You got out. You had an air pocket. I had him.
Yep.
Mhm.
I grabbed him because like at least I'm not going to lose him.
Yep.
It was
Yeah, you
important.
grabbed Fredwick, and Fredwick grabbed Kaowin.
Yep.
So that's how you guys all...
Yeah.
And you guys got Kaowin out, got him back to safety after a few days of bed rest and being tended to. He was well enough to walk around and talk a little bit. And he gave you all a gift for all of your help. It was
Oh,
a
this is how-
mostly finished,
Yes.
but not quite, fort that he was building on the far western
That's
edge
how
of
we
the
got
East
lost.
Bight.
That's
Hall.
how we got the hall.
Yep.
I remember Kaowin gave it to us.
Yep.
I couldn't remember which mission it was though.
Called Masano Call, and He
home.
gave it to you all and named all 4 of you equal as the Lords of Mossano Call in the East Bite.
And I'll be honest, that is something that I always love in a campaign when you get to build a base of operations.
Yep.
So,
Something I've always wanted, so I'm glad I can give it to you guys because I've
Yeah.
never had it in a campaign, but I've always
Oh,
wanted
really?
it. Yeah, I've always wanted it.
Good thing you know I'm the DM, because guess what will eventually happen for you guys? Spoilers.
well, and so as John commented earlier, when I played this with my wife and our 2 friends, our friend Rose was a Man of Rohan. That was the character that she played, and she had a holding, like she had a something to the equivalent
farm.
of this.
It was a farm.
The mechanic in the book, like in the module, is after every year that passes, you roll a D100, and the result determines how your farm did. So, like, maybe it's a great year, you were able to sell a bunch of crops, and you get 20 gold. Maybe it was a really bad year, there was a drought, and you end up losing money.
Yeah, or maybe like a tree fell through your roof. And
Yes. So it was literally just you roll a D100, and that will determine how your homestead does.
Okay.
John was like, I'm going to make you a homestead. I'm going to give you a steward family. I'm going to, like, flesh this out and make this an actual, like, you can interact with the environment, with the people, with everything. And it's become, like, the central, like, part of our group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's all in...
I'm so proud of you guys.
It is,
I mean-
it is all due to that.
It's honestly, it's almost like the 5th player.
Yeah.
For us, because like we all know where we belong in that area. You know, I mean, my God, I'm training I'm trying to train the children. I mean,
Right. Like I get married and build my own home next to Moss and Oak Hall. Like that is our place. That is our area.
I took over your room.
Right.
Octane, yes. You do need to refer to all 4 of them as my lord. That is essential.
Yeah, no, don't do that. We already have egos enough.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You don't need to start that
No,
shit.
I can always.
Eat it.
Yeah. I don't do theater.
I'm trying to balance this out.
So, yes, the Stewart family
Lord Hobson.
took over the running of your estate while you were away. Tybalt and Lilitha, and then their daughter Merla, son Jabin, and daughter Cilia. Then, after this one, not after the Old Forest Road, it was after this one that you guys went to Bree. You went to Bree
Every time.
because after that session, I gave you guys the option of a couple different missions you could do to improve your homestead. So
That's right. That's where we found cocaine.
Yeah, I was gone that day, and you
were.
guys went on a shopping spree and then gave Jason cocaine.
yes,
That's literally
Accurate.
Oh, that was so much fun.
That is literally the synopsis of that episode.
yeah,
Was
Fredwick.
we went shopping and gave Jason cocaine.
Yep.
Yeah. Being the coked up, shirtless lumberjack was a lot of fun. That was great exposition there.
And that fucking cloche. That serving plate. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. You
I
fucked
didn't
up.
want to. The problem was that
I had
I
to
was
hear
the
us
one that
speak.
I was,
done messed up.
I was the one, and I had to be the one to find it, and I didn't trust the fucker, and I also
Yep.
didn't want to give up all my money.
Yep.
Because I literally would have given up like 95% of my money.
For
get it.
most of his money,
And I
Volley.
I didn't roll high enough to convince him to go just a little cheaper.
for most of his money, Volley could have gotten a silver serving tray with a lid that every time,
Nice cloche.
like once per day, you could open it, and the spell Hero's Feast would have been cast within it. So enough food and stuff to whatever this Hero's Feast spell does. It does a lot.
It lasts until like the long rest.
Yeah.
That's where we also got his armor too.
Yep.
Fredwick's armor.
Yes.
Yep.
And your apron.
A mysterious
Right.
Yes, your apron.
a mysterious elf
I need to wear that to
was
stream
trying
one
to
of these
pass
days.
himself off as a human. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was fun. And being able to sneak into Sindarin and ending up getting like a minor discount for that was awesome.
Yeah. And
I missed some great RP this day.
You really did.
That was a good one.
Because
Yeah.
it was a beautiful filler episode. Because it was just like, honestly, it almost felt like, It's Always Sunny in Mirkwood, you know, like because it was just like
The
comedy of
gang
errors.
goes shopping.
Yeah, the gang goes shopping.
Yep.
You know,
Yep. But yeah, so there was that episode, and then the next one, you guys headed west. You were going to go to Breland to try to find some rugged nomads and offer them a place in your homestead.
We got a little waylaid from that, I think.
Well, yeah. So
Little
there was a lot going on with
That's
that
when
trip.
we started heading towards Rivendell and shit during that time.
Yeah, so first you went to Rivendell because you also heard that in Rivendell you might be able to acquire some blessed seeds that would grow
that's right.
Very
we did a little side quest for the
fertile
for the greenhouse.
wheat plants. Yeah, and so you you went to Rivendell first, and you found that there was a visitor there who wanted to see you all, and
Oh
it was
my
the
God,
Lady
that was so heavy.
Galadriel.
Yeah.
And she had brought her famed mirror of Galadriel with her to hopefully offer each of you some insight on your quests.
Yep.
Things got real personal.
Things did get real, and they did get personal.
Yep.
Darathon
Easiest.
saw...
You got off easy.
I got a very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just had a history lesson.
Yeah,
And some guidance for like, okay, here's who I need to go kill now.
yeah.
But Darathon saw that he could train the young Estelle, Aragorn. He could
Yeah.
train him
No
to be
biggies.
the world's greatest Dunedain Ranger, but no matter what he did and how he trained him, that would end with regret and end poorly.
I remember
Or-
him getting grasped by like arms of darkness.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or
Big no.
he could stand back, let others do the training, and he would end up helping him to fight in a great field in front of the city of Minas Tirith and see him crowned king if he waited for his time.
Mm-hmm. That was a hard decision.
Yes.
Not to mention because Estelle was in Rivendell at the time.
Uh-huh.
How old is Darathon?
Now he's 38. He would have been,
Okay.
I think, about 34, 35 at the time.
34 probably.
Yeah.
This was probably 4 years ago.
Okay.
But also he had been trained by the Dunedain since he was like 8.
Yeah.
So he'd had
And he
about
does
30
he
years.
does come from a line of Numenor, an intact bloodline of Numenor.
Well, that's what I
so-
was saying. Like, unless he's like kind of sort of already old, like it would be totally legit that he could be at the Battle of the Pelennor Fields.
Oh, yeah,
as
you're
seen
gonna-
in the vision.
Yeah, you're gonna travel
Yeah.
to the Rock where he summons the army of the dead, and then you're gonna help him to get rid of the Corsairs of Umbar and sail up with him under the star banner and everything. Yeah, but
If I survive.
good things come to those who wait.
Yep.
Well, and that sounds like a
Good things
a
come to
personal
those that
quest.
don't die.
Yep.
And,
Well-
and Octane actually asked a question, John, that
Yeah.
do you incorporate personal quests in this module for players? He loves doing that kind of stuff, makes players feel important, they have more ties to the story.
I think so. There were a couple of things in the mirror that are the beginning of a side quest if people choose to step down that quest line.
There have been multiple hints dropped. In Hobson's Mirror was one of them. I think there was at least one more that Hobson's destiny may take him to Rohan at some point. There have been at least one or two like little hints in there. So at some point, I think Hobson is going to try and find a way to get to Rohan and see what lies there for him.
Yep.
There's been a couple little.
Speaking
little
of
things like
which,
that.
Hobson did see 3 visions as well. The first was his was technically one vision, but it was in 3 parts. Hobson's vision was first a servant of the shadow trying to corrupt Grimbeorn, the son of Beorn, and Grimbeorn standing resolute, standing firm, and unshaken.
There may have been a certain finger involved.
Yes. The next thing he saw was the house of Beorn and the land of the Bjornings on fire, and Bjornings fleeing from the burning buildings en masse.
And that had him shook.
Yep. And then the last one was a cave in the land of Rohan. And at the entrance of the cave was completely engulfed in flame, but inside there were treasures. Volley, aka Holty, saw 3 visions of something from the past that will also impact his future. The first thing he saw was a field of funeral fires where, after a battle in Mirkwood, then the founding of the Daughters of Greenwood, which was a group that his mother was part of, they did battle against orcs and humans who were fighting alongside the orcs, potentially slaves being forced to fight, and a certain young warrior almost killed her mother until someone else, or his mother, until someone else stepped in and got killed instead. And then
which was
Amelioda's grandmother or mother?
no, is that the one from the Black Turn?
Yeah, Amelioda is from the Black Tarn. Was it her mom or
her grandmother. You
Her
guys
grandmother.
met her mom,
Yep.
so she didn't die.
Yeah, we did.
But then the last thing he saw was that slave who almost killed his mother having a dragon-shaped helmet placed upon his head. And as the helmet was about to be placed on his head, he saw a flashback of the White trying to place the crown on, or the helm on Kaewin the Generous's head. So left a lot of questions wide open, but as far as revenge goes, there seems to be a path. And then Fredwick saw
Revenge? What's this word?
Why would I have revenge?
Fredwick saw his sister being a barmaid in Buckland. People talking about him, about what a strange hobbit he turned out to be, how good riddance that he's gone, and his sister stepping up and saying, hey, you can take that talk outside or anywhere else, but I'm not in here.
She might have even recommended a place where they might shove it.
Yes. Then he saw his cousin, Pramila, and her husband, Drogo Baggins, in a boat. And then the boat starts to shake, and suddenly they're not in it anymore. And then he saw a shadow moving over a map, and it covers the Shire, but out of the Shire, in the Shire, there are 4 little candle flames that move east out of the Shire.
Not significant at all.
That was probably just a throwaway line.
Yeah.
That was the fireworks
Well,
that Gandalf lit off.
Four that move out, and one that stays in Buckland because it's the real MVP.
Fatty Bulger.
Fatty Bulger.
Goated.
Goated. So yeah, those were the visions you all saw. while in Rivendell, you guys got some rest. You learned a little bit about
Drank some real good wine.
drank some real
Yeah,
good
we
wine.
did.
Yep.
Learned a little bit about the sickness that has been cropping up in Mirkwood. Not a lot of answers, but you learned some stuff.
I'm loving this recap for like me to remember all
Yeah.
of the things that we've done
What's
because
the-
we've just been doing
Yeah.
it for so long. We've had
Yeah.
so many sessions. It's really nice to
Yeah.
like recap all
Yeah.
of this
Well,
in
and
this way.
yeah, like okay, so
Remember
9
some of
months,
it.
so that's technically like 4.5 months. Well, closer to 5 since we didn't really get to my campaign for a little while.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like
Yeah.
holy crap! Because since it's not a weekly campaign, it's kind of hard to remember everything right away because we all have to switch gears every other
Yeah,
week.
we're going back and
Yeah.
forth.
Fredwick learned a little bit about what might be causing his dreams, and learned about a Valar who is kind of in charge of the domain of dreams, but didn't pull too hard on that thread.
No, not yet. Dan, remember that shit.
Yeah, Dan, when you watch this, because
Lock
we
it.
know you will.
He does.
Volley ended up getting his hands on a very interesting dagger. The smith told him, "Hey, you got daggers. You want to buy this one?" And he was like, "Sure." And the guy said, "Well, you have to go make sure it's okay with Elrond." And when he talked to Elrond about it, Elrond's like, "Yeah, as long as you know what you're getting into, you can buy it." And so he
Yeah.
went back, and
You know
the
what you're
guy's
into.
like, "Yeah, it's kind of magic." And when he got it, he found out that it speaks.
Oh no, no,
and
no, no!
it loves to get thrown at people.
It doesn't speak. It's oh my god.
It badgers.
Yes. Speaking would be something that I could handle every once in a while. No, that thing is a motherfucking. It pesters.
Yep. But if he,
But it does a really good job.
yeah, he can throw it, and then he can have it returned to him at the cost of a little bit of HP. So,
Pretty dope.
you know,
Yeah,
not
it's
a
nice.
bad
It
trade-off.
works.
My favorite part about that whole thing is sentient weapons is canon.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
In the Silmarillion, actually, it's in the Silmarillion. It's in the Children of Hurin. There's a sword called Gorthang, which is just the most badass sword in probably all of Middle Earth Legendarium. Like, it is amazing. And yeah, there is a scene where a human speaks to the sword, and the sword talks back.
Nice.
I think
That's awesome.
that might be the only instance of a sentient weapon in all of
Maybe.
Tolkien's writings, but like, it's canon. It's a thing.
Wow.
So far.
Yeah,
Until
what we're
now.
doing here
Right.
today is not canon. Let me just rip that
Hey,
Band-Aid
hey,
off.
Hey, it's a canon event. We can't fuck with it.
Let me rip that Band-Aid off. Not canon.
Not a doctor.
Not doctor.
If it's not put in there that it's not canon, it could be canon.
So,
That's true. As long as there's nothing that says,
the group headed out, and Darathon really caught a second wind of sorts as he was getting closer to his known lands. He's like, "Oh, hey, I know a path through here. Hey, I know a path this way. I know a path that way."
'Cause this
And
was another one you missed.
really cut down on a lot of their travel time.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, they came across 3 creatures that can only be described as half trolls, half humans, sitting in a field.
bunch of dum-dums.
And
They were fine.
they were talking about
Oh, there's another one.
there's another one.
Ael's weapon was also sentient. There you have it.
Good to know.
Angacho.
Thank you, Octane.
And has a mate
And it
called
has a mate called
Angariel. Angariel?
Girl.
So there's 3 sentient weapons.
Make it 4, baby.
Make
Stab-
it 4. Now we have
Now we have Stabby the Throwy Knife.
Stabby the Throwy Knife.
Is that what it's really called?
I have not taken the time to
Stabathil.
ask it.
Did you ask it its
No,
name?
I haven't because like it's one of those things of
Stabithius the Throwable.
Like I right now I think I currently think less of elves because they gave me this knife.
They
Like
can be
I was
tricksy.
like, oh, these elves are really cool, and then they gave me this knife, and now I'm like, yeah, fuck elves.
So, when you guys came across these half trolls, this is important because it's an inside joke that is hilarious.
Okay.
As you guys came across these trolls, Darathon stayed back and was just keeping an eye out.
Mhm.
Didn't roll super well for stealth, so they noticed something was out there.
Yep.
And so he started quacking. Didn't roll super well for performance either, unfortunately. And so he eventually ended up coming up and joining the rest of the group, and one of the trolls asked him, "Why were you quacking?" And he's like, I was being a duck. And the troll looks at him and says, "That's alright. Sometimes you just gotta be a duck."
Hence the duck emote.
Sometimes you just gotta be a duck, everybody. So, that got a good laugh.
Yeah.
But the
And-
group...
and just-
We
you know-
laughed way too hard at that.
Yeah, and just so you know, I have already designed the logo for that T-shirt.
Heck
um,
yeah. Sometimes you gotta be a
just
duck.
Gotta duck.
It literally said it's literally as you know, sometimes in just initials. So there's gotta be a duck. Instead of the duck, there's the duck, and it's that duck.
Whack.
So, the group did end up talking their way out of that encounter and making their way to the edge of the Midgewater
Really want
Marsh.
a duck whistle now, so I can use it in future parts of this campaign.
You want
But
to what?
be better at it.
Right.
Oh, like a duck.
Go like a
A duck
legit
call?
duck
The duck
whistle.
call.
Like a
Yeah,
duck
yeah.
call.
Yeah.
I think that's a good play.
Yep. I don't know how well Stark would like that.
I'm just saying, like, if I get to use it in campaign and I bring out a fucking duck whistle, advantage?
Talk to me when you have a duck whistle.
I'm not gonna tell you when it happens. It's just
I'm
gonna
like-
be out in the middle of
I'm
nowhere,
like-
and all of a
I'm
sudden
like-
I'm like,
I'm like, like there isn't this thing called Amazon. He could literally have it by the end of the week.
Yep.
thanks, Amazon.
The group ended up traveling
Sponsor us.
across the Midgewater Marsh. With some trial and error, they made their way to the other side. A mithril duck call, yes.
I want it so
Um,
Oh
bad.
my god, that'd be so funny.
They ended up making it to the fort in the middle of the marsh.
Well, I mean, that was where we tried to did the whole staking thing and
Yeah.
fell in the
Yeah.
water. And
Hey, I had a really good path. Somebody just couldn't stay upright.
It took trial and error.
Look, the DM was rolling for me because I wasn't there, so
Well,
don't look at me.
We'll say there was trial and error involved and leave it at that.
I mean, well, I fell too. So
Yeah.
I mean, and I was the one that sat there and put the fucking things, and I still fell. So
But you made it to the fort in the middle, went to bed that night, and woke up with no Hobson.
Yep.
One of you put your sword through the doors
Yep.
to lock them shut, and it
lock
was
'em
still
shut.
there the next day.
Yep.
That was a really good indicator to tell us that
Yeah.
it was something inside. I like
yes,
that.
it was.
You were the one who put the sword through there. I
know.
didn't. That was all you, my guy.
I know.
But
My dude.
you all went around trying to find him. You went up to the very top of the tower. The door to the top of the tower was locked, but you unlocked it,
Yep.
went out, and Fredwick did a very, very dramatic, "Hobson, where are you?" Like Falcor and Atreyu.
Falcor!
Atreyu!
Yeah, we definitely tried to pull that off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowhere-
Didn't nowhere to be seen.
It didn't.
After some investigating, you found out that if you move part of the grate in front of the fireplace, a secret door opens up. Went down there, found a room full of bats, found a room full of supplies, and found some bad guys. Long story short,
A bunch of bats. Like a lot of
A lot
of
of yeah.
bats.
You're like he's glossing over the whole amount of bats there were.
There
They
was
were-
an
they were chunky boys.
insurmountable amount of bats.
there were several dozen 6-foot-tall bats.
And they were like fucking weeping angels from Doctor Who. Don't
Oh,
get this
fuck that
twisted.
shit.
Well,
We had to stare at those
Yeah.
fuckers, otherwise they would have eaten us.
yeah, so someone took one of the bad guys took a big bucket of meat in there to feed them, and they just went into a feeding frenzy.
Yep.
The group,
Killed those.
yeah. So the group ambushed these two guys as they came out of the room where the bats were having this feeding frenzy,
Well,
and basically just pushed them back in the room.
it was all me.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, no, because it was honestly probably the first time that
Didn't you like slit his throat?
yes.
Yep.
yeah, and
I,
it was
I
like
literally I went that was my first unhinged
Yep.
moment
Yeah.
because it was literally like you
oh yeah,
took
because
the
you
wrong
apologized.
person. I apologized.
You
to
apologized to Fredwick
I
later.
apologize to Fredwick.
sorry
I'm like,
I
I'm
scared
so
you.
sorry. I go, I'm so sorry that you had to see that.
Mhm.
But you do not get to mess with my people.
Yep.
Here's a question:
And
is
I
that
did.
the closest a player has come to getting a shadow point from an action?
No, not the closest,
Okay.
but
I should have just flat out got it because I was straight up. I
Next
murked him.
question: what is the closest a player has come to getting a shadow point from an action?
we'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there.
All right, we'll get there. Okay.
But yeah, it was like these bats were like piranha. Like they pushed
Yeah.
these two guys into the room, and basically their skeletons just hit the ground.
Yeah.
Like it was wild.
Picked him clean.
That was probably like that was probably one of your best descriptive scenes.
Mhm.
Because yeah,
I remember watching the VOD and just being like,
you
"What did I just witness?"
you were gone.
I leave for a week and y'all go off the deep end.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is it's like my character's thinking is he can take care of himself. I know I can take care of myself. You don't get in combat. You talk out of it.
True.
So you were in a situation you weren't able to talk yourself out of, and there was no old ladies to try to make him drink tea. So
Right.
he was fine.
Right.
And I was just like, I don't know what situation you are in, and they were part of it.
Mm.
And literally it was just like, nope, you aren't going to survive because you're not going to know that we're around. And that was like the moment honestly it was in my head. I don't know if I ever said it out loud, but it was the moment they fucking touched you, life was forfeit.
Mm.
Yep. So the group started walking down the hallway, and they looked back and saw that the bats were no longer in their designated room. They were on the ceiling, the walls, and the floor. But when they turned to look at them, they froze. And so the group was going down the hall, and the bats would slowly be following them. Whenever the bats reached a torch sconce, one of them would use their wings to snuff it out.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up coming to a place where there was a prison cell in the wall, and inside was a
Harley Quinn.
13-year-old girl, who had mentioned that, oh, you know Hobson, in her semi-Jersey accent, but she let them know that she knew where Hobson was, and if they let her out,
Harleen Quinzel.
Yep.
if they let her out, then she would show them where Hobson was. Right across the hall from her prison cell were two heavy doors that you all entered, and you heard the bats approaching outside, but you were able to close and seal the door shut. And you turned around and you saw that there were some of these cultists in there. One of them was on the stage and he was bald and basically had a dagger to Hobson's throat. And you guys walk in, Hobson goes, "Oh, hey guys. Oh, Elna, you're with them too. That's cool." And that session...
Yep, yeah.
That session ended with a giant pair of red eyes opening behind the little stage where Hobson was to reveal a 15-foot tall bat that opened its mouth and
chompers.
said, "What have we here?"
Spooky.
Straight up vampires.
Yep.
Vampires, y'all.
Big vampire.
Vampires. So the next session, there was a battle.
Yep.
Blade showed up. It was crazy.
was a
Yeah.
fight.
Wesley Snipes
Feed
was
me
there.
Seymour.
was wild.
And I will state with everything with that with the female character, I didn't trust her.
Mm-hmm.
I still didn't really 100% trust her.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Scott still doesn't trust her.
We
honestly probably
haven't
don't.
seen her since that mission, and we've been back to Moss and Oak for a hot minute.
I mean, you've seen her around.
We just haven't talked to her.
Haven't had any significant dialogue.
We should have
with her,
gone
but-
back up and been like, "Hey, how you doing? You know, since you've been captured and kidnapped and."
So, girl.
Well, maybe you should. Ever think about that? Ever think about the people that you just ignore when you're
That's-
out doing your thing?
All
No,
the-
you don't.
All the fuck.
Gosh.
No, you don't. You only think about yourself.
Well, yeah.
During the battle, all 3 vampires are killed. Elna proves to be like
A dodge tank.
a badass dodge tank. Yeah, she
Yeah,
doesn't
that
really
was
hit
dumb.
anything, but like she has a dagger and she's trying to stab people and missing left and right, but she's also dodging until she ends up getting her leg skewered on a giant vampire fang.
Yep.
Owie.
The group takes her down the tunnel. They open the doors and all the bats outside come in, like fly in and start feeding on all the dead cultists and the big dead vampires. And they close the doors and then they continue down the tunnel and they come out in the small town of Staddle. And they look at where they came from and it looks like the entrance to a normal hobbit hole. But it is really a secret passage to the fort in the middle of the Midgewater Marsh. They take the girl, who turns out her name is Elna. They take her into into Bree rather, and get a room at the Inn of the Prancing Pony. Darathon and Volley went out to look for herbs to help her
Yep.
heal up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Fredwick stayed back.
You two stayed behind.
That
and,
was a nat 20 too.
Yeah.
yeah. You two,
Rock that shit.
you and Fredwick stayed behind to take care of her.
I stayed behind to eat. Fredwick stayed behind to take care
Yeah.
of
Well,
her.
and you also helped her keep her mind off the pain and everything. You two had become buds while you were in
we're
prison
pals.
together. Yeah. So you being there was helpful. But yes, you mostly just stayed to eat. Found out that she's part of a family of rugged nomads, which are the people you were looking for, called the Galdiok family. You get her home to her family and discover that they're like a Roma family. They live in wagons, travel around, get work wherever they can, and they seem to have a very proud history. They are the direct descendants of the people of Arnor who escaped after the war with Angmar.
Okay.
And they had 6 wagons, each one a color of the rainbow, minus indigo. Just went from blue to violet.
No love for indigo.
No love for
I
indigo.
mean-
Well, there are only 6 families. If there was a 7th, they'd be indigo. But the group, you all ended up talking to Tamitha, who was the matron of the family, the one who basically called all the shots, and found out that she was a little person. She had short, stunted legs and little arms and hands, but was a firecracker.
She was.
And
She
very
took
much-
no crap from
she
any
took
of
no
us.
crap from nobody. And you all were able to convince her that this would be the best thing for her nieces and nephews.
Discourse?
You know? Yeah, discourse. Growing up on the road
I didn't
is
pull out my bow that time though.
Not that time.
growing up on the road is not as good a life for the kids as having a stable home, having a community around them, like consistently knowing where their food's coming from. And so she agrees to move her family to Moss and Oak Hall and to build a little community there. They say that they'll meet you there. And the next morning they're gone. And you all start your journey back home. As you travel back, you get the sense that you're being watched. Either by something in the air or something like lying low on the ground. You can't figure it out. But you come to a crossroads where you can either go north and keep going home, or you can go east and stay at Rivendell. But you all decide, let's get home. Let's go to the land of the Bjornings, and from there we can get home pretty easy.
Yep.
You're stopped in the road by the son of a certain orc chief.
Yeah.
You want to tell us about this orc chief?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I have the name in my backstory, but I don't think I have it. Right.
That's fine. You don't worry about the name, but tell us.
So, this particular orc chieftain is the son of one particular chieftain of a war party that may or may not have taken out my entire town and killed potentially my father. And basically what happened from my backstory was that we were actually living up in a town from where Arnor used to be, really. And there were signs of an orc party, like a war band, coming through and raiding areas around the area. So my father got called away, being the ranger that he was, which I haven't really talked a lot about that. But he was a ranger that had
you
actually
still have stuff that you haven't told us?
settled down. He settled down in this town, had a family, but once the orc party came through, he actually left to go fight. He told us a couple certain things. He might have given us a few important pieces of his history, to which I have held on to since that day. And they apparently were not successful in stopping the party. They came through, they raided the town, and me being a little survivalist from what he has kind of taught me over the years, I ran into a barn, and I hid up in the rafters. An orc chieftain actually came in searching for people, and between the two of us, spotted me, got me to fall down. Luckily, I had a small dagger that my father had given me before he left. Picking me up, thinking that I wasn't going to be much of a challenge, I was able to sneak the dagger out and slit his throat. Luckily, doing that, I was able to hide long enough through the orc raid that they moved on after they found his body. That Dunedain came through and cleaned up basically the remnants of this orc party that came through. Unfortunately, me killing him put kind of a bounty on my head in their right. So since basically I was 8 years old, I've had this bounty on my head through the orcs. But the Dunedain, seeing certain aspects of me and potentially things that I had, took me in and trained me from that point.
Yep.
Flash forward like 20 years. This is the son of the chieftain that I slit the throat of. Basically calling me out and challenging me to a duel.
He literally said 1v1 me, bro.
Yeah.
And what a challenge it was.
This guy spent his whole life doing it.
Yeah. It seemed for a little while they were kind of going blow for blow, but this orc was gonna get the upper hand, at which point the fellowship banded together and intervened. The horn of Gondolin was blown again, scaring away some of the smaller orcs around, but this orc seemed unaffected by it. And but the group did end up dealing some damage to him from afar, giving Darathon the upper hand he needed to finish this orc off. as he did, one of the things that happened was a dagger was thrown through this orc chief's eye. It put 3 fingers in its eye and wiped them along Darathon's face like that. And with his dying words, he said, "Marked for death." Darathon realized later that the orc had used its nails to dig into his skin a little bit. And so even though the orc blood washed away, he has three black scars over this eye. That is a mark for death.
Full on tattoo / scar.
Yes. And so the group, after that, they traveled a little further and found a group of Bjornings who were patrolling the area, including Popson, Hobson's Pops. And
Hobson's Popson.
Yep, Hobson's Popson.
Say that 10 times.
Hobson's Popson.
So they traveled to the land of the Bjornings, learned that the Bjorn was traveling a lot more recently than in past years. So things were not very settled in the land of the Bjornings. Something seemed to be up. Patrols were on extra high alert these days, and things were just getting kind of restless in the area. The group stayed in the land of the Bjornings overnight in Hobson's little house that he has there. And Hobson reunited with Penny the Studious, a a Bjorning girl his age, roughly, who they'd been sweet on each other, but he'd taken his responsibilities as an emissary of the Bjornings more seriously, so he'd kind of put things on pause for them, thinking this was more important. But after seeing all the families and seeing the Stewart family, and thinking about potentially his own legacy, he reached back out, and Penny was very receptive to him reaching back out, and kind of gave off the whole idea of, "Oh, you're ready to marry? Finally, let's do this thing."
I like that, though. Like,
Yeah.
it's still, like, through all the shit that we've been dealing with, like, you still fought through and had a, like, unspin onto my character and me, that you had a sweetie. Like, I just think that's...
Yes, Octane. Yes.
That's very much Nookie.
So, I talked to John about this development. I hadn't really thought about it, but as I'm sure we all do, after every session, I drive home and just think about, like, I process what happened and think about, like, moving forward, what my character, like, what developments in my character there can be and everything. And the trigger that, like, it's like John said, there were various, like, other, like, family elements that I think, like, set Hobson along this path. The thing that really sealed it was Elna, because they were locked in that, like, dungeon for a while, and they developed, like, kind of that type of relationship, and that was the first time he had, because she was so much younger than he was, that was kind of the first time Hobson had more of a paternal relationship with someone.
Okay.
And so, like, they went through that experience together, and he was like, huh. I kind of liked the familial aspect there of having someone kind of that way. Like, Hobson kind of decided maybe I'd like to father some children, and that's what called back to I had this high school sweetheart kind of thing.
Yep.
And we went different ways. Like, she had her thing that she wanted to pursue, and he had his thing that he wanted to pursue. And he was like, I'm gonna get back at her. I'm gonna holla back at her and see what she's getting into these days. And that was the development of that a little sub story.
And I texted Caleb's wife and said, "Hey, what should her name be?" Just seeing if she had any ideas. And
That's actually a lore drop that I did not reveal initially, but I'm glad
Oh,
you're bringing it up
okay,
now.
good.
No, that
I didn't want to.
Yeah.
ruin anything.
Oh,
No.
that is so cool.
Yeah, Katie actually named Hobson's
Yep.
sweetheart.
That's cool.
And
Yep.
she got the name from.
That was her Hogwarts Legacy character. She named her Penny Higgledy Pig.
Oh my god, I love that
So, yeah.
so much.
Penny, I
So she
reached
picks
out,
the name Penny.
and as I was doing it, I was like, "This might be weird of me to ask Katie, but I'm gonna do it and just see what
But I mean,
see what happens."
But that means
That's
like
wholesome.
that means Katie's in this campaign, a part of
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
I was hoping
You know.
she would take it as a wholesome thing.
Oh my god, that's so awesome.
That's
Because
really
I
cool.
mean, you
But
sit
yeah.
there, we're here, we all have families and people that while we're here,
Yep.
we're not with them, and we
Right.
do this
Yep.
weekly, and so that's so cool. Because then like you still have your wife here as a wife with your character.
Exactly.
That's,
Yeah.
I fucking
it.
dig it.
Yep.
So,
That's neat.
but the group ended up getting home and helping the Galdiak family to set up their residences. A lot of preparations had been made, including taking cocaine and chopping wood for 3 days.
That was a big thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
So
yeah,
much
the
wood.
group was able to get the help around the farm that they wanted, and I have an entire family tree of the Galdiak family.
Oh
So,
dear God, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, Simon and Boley are the most busy of all the Galdiaks. But...
Wow.
and Elna is
Whole
a
lineage.
twin as well.
Oh yes, I know that because I started
Tomich.
training them.
Tomich.
Yep.
Elna and Tomich.
Because Tomich is the one that I think he's an idiot, but
Yep.
oh,
Yeah, I can't let anything happen to Tomich.
oh,
I'll
You're
die.
gonna hear it out.
yeah. That's gonna
There's
make
much
Christmas.
there's
Guys.
much too close of a
Guys,
personal
I'm-
connection.
Guys,
did.
I might have messed up.
You did what to my character?
I just want to let you know, like, yeah, that's gonna make Christmas and Thanksgiving real awkward if something
Yeah.
happens to Penny.
I'm just thinking Job in Arrested Development. I've made a huge mistake.
Yep. The next thing that happened was the group was asked by Beaufrey to help them reestablish the 3 forts along the Old Forest Road.
Ah, this one.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. So much fun.
Hey,
So
that was cool.
that
And that one shade
included.
tower.
Oh well. Before we move on, any other thoughts on the homestead, on the family that you got to help run it? Like, do you guys have any?
I'm trying to think
Any
of like
thoughts and
where
notes?
would be the what ifs in this issue. I mean, like,
I can
mean,
tell you,
obvi-
there were a lot of
What if
homestead campaigns I gave you
well, because
that you could have
I
done.
mean, because
What if they didn't
obviously
join?
not getting that family,
Yeah.
Mm.
we would be in a struggle bus right now because they are so key and integral of keeping the homestead running
Yeah.
because they're
especially with a something that happened at the end of last session.
Yep,
right.
yep,
and
yep,
so
yep.
like with the
R.I.P.
pouring one out for my homie.
Mm.
But like, yeah, like what were okay? I don't remember our other choices. In all
Keep
honesty,
side quests. I have the Google Doc right here.
That's right. He's got a Google Doc.
Oh yeah, this bitch. I mean,
Google
you
Doc
know,
it.
you'll.
And keep in mind, any of these
Straight
options are still
Mm.
open to you in between
Ooh, sorry.
the main campaign things. These are all still open to you. A team of Rohirrim horses that will help. It'll help get more harvest in each year
Okay.
from your fields if Rohirrim horses are pulling the plows and
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
Instead
Um,
of these dumb Mirkwood horses.
their upkeep is
Lazy.
yeah. So
Insubordinate.
they're gonna have an up.
Churlish.
Churlish.
You have to take extra good care of them.
Chicanos.
So
And
it's it's 1 gold a year per horse to upkeep and to keep things going. So it is, and you can get them for labor, or you can also get war mounts to use.
Hell yeah.
Either one. Blessed Seeds of Rivendell is you already did. Alchemist Greenhouse you've done. weapon forge being made on your homestead. A team of treasure hunters.
An Erebor dwarves to help out with that.
Blue Mountain Dwarves, actually.
Blue Mountain Dwarves?
Yeah,
Dwarves.
if you want. A team of treasure
The Blue
hunters.
Mountains are like a real long ways away.
They're
over by the
further
Shire.
west of the Shire. Yeah.
They are way, way, way far away.
Like,
But-
you two looked at each other like, oh, Blue Mountain Dwarves, and I just look at the camera going, oh,
But Blue Mountain Dwarves travel all the time. They're merchants, a lot
Okay.
of them, and so you'll find them all over. But the Blue
Craftsmen
Mountains
of the
are very
trade.
far away. Yeah. Team of treasure hunters from Erebor. I'll roll a D100 and see if they found anything at the end of a year.
Oh.
So,
Treasure hunters.
yep. Team of mercenaries from Bree. To you'll be able to use them to you'll be able to send them to certain areas of Mirkwood and lower the peril rating.
Nice.
Like they can go through
Okay.
and clear stuff out a little bit.
I mean,
There's
kinda that's
5
what
of
I'm
them.
doing with the kids.
Mm.
Well, they're more to protect.
They're
our
they're
homestead.
still and they're still being trained.
Yeah, they're still
so.
being trained.
Yep.
Still.
Team of lumbermen from Woodman Hall will bring in extra revenue each year.
Let's go.
You already
No.
You already
Just cut
have
me
the
I'm just gonna get it right off
laborers
now.
from Arnor. You could hire an alchemist to help Fredwick upkeep the alchemy greenhouse. The greenhouse that you have.
Mhm.
You can hire someone to up the yield since Fredwick can't be there all year
Would
round.
it be cheaper just to get a botanist?
These are all fellowship phase things.
These are all homestead side quests.
right, but like, would we do these during our fellowship phase?
You can, or if your DM knows that you want to do a certain thing, stuff can
Can maybe happen alongside other
yeah
things that we're doing.
so you don't necessarily have to divert your entire fellowship phase for one thing.
Okay.
You could come across some treasure hunters in your path or whatever.
Okay.
Cool.
But yeah, so those are all the options that you have.
Can you share that doc in like Discord?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
So
so we can conversate between the 4 of us. Then we
Right.
can say like, this is what we feel is the most. I know what I'm thinking is already the most important.
I
but,
will
like,
I will do that later. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. No, right now on stream. Damn it.
No.
Fine.
You gotta,
Any ponies named Bill that have been ridden by a Hobbit? No. Bill is one of a kind, and he belongs to Sam, and Sam belongs with him, and they belong together. Also, I can't I can't change the course of any events of the Lord of the Rings books.
I mean, you can, but
because there's only been one horse ever named Bill.
Yes. Bill the pony. Yes.
Goated.
But yeah, any other thoughts or anything about Homestead? Anything that's going on there? I mean, you guys did do a whole shopping trip where you got some new decorations for it. You could talk about some of the improvements you've already made. Like, you took a fellowship phase to make something happen, and
I've been doing a lot of to help Frederick.
yeah, you've been doing a lot to help Fredwick. And
Billy the donkey.
among
Oh, the donkey.
Discount Bill the Pony.
Like the Dollar General version.
Right.
No. The Wish version.
The Wish version of Bill the Pony. Billy the
It's
Donkey.
Billy the donkey.
I do have one. The first when we got to talk to her name started with a T.
Tamitha.
When we got to talk, and she noticed my bling,
Mm-hmm.
and
Well, let me just,
when she
kiss me,
realized what I had an itch
Sure,
Yeah.
Just at
convenient.
that exact time.
that
Yeah, I've got an itch too.
that she-
Yeah, let me get an itch here.
that was cool. I do like that because I mean I'm one of those guys along with Dan that if there's stuff that we can get like IRL that is reminiscent of stuff that we have in game that is of importance, it's really fucking cool.
Yeah.
And so I know that we talked a lot about doing this part for a hot minute before I even like looked at buying it, got it, or whatever.
Yeah.
But after being able to get it and you being like how you're slipping that into part of the gameplay has been really cool.
I really want to reward you guys for cool stuff.
Yeah,
And
that was
getting
fun.
that book, I gave him a bunch of extra stuff he can now do with his
Yeah.
stuff. That there's going to be some repercussions to having the physical rock like
Yeah.
like
Because this is one of my fellowship phases
Yep.
that I got my thrumming stone
And
from.
I love how excited you guys are and how that translates into that. So, yes, I will always reward physical things.
Yeah. It was
Well,
it's just really
wait till we come in character.
cool. Yeah.
Yep.
One of these days, I'm going to show up wearing just my apron. Eat these cakes.
In game or here?
You're going to find
Here.
out.
Okay. All right, just making sure.
Well,
Scott
he and
Scott
Penny
come-
haven't
Scott
had a
come
real
later.
honeymoon yet. So no.
Oh my god! Walk down the stairs and he's just sitting there in the apron. I'm like,
If you paint your ass cheeks green, they'll disappear. And
That's so true.
Do that. Get a green
Just
sock.
get some good old fashioned body paint.
green bikini.
oh my god! hey, Katie, I need you to help me put on some makeup. And then she's like, "Why am I painting your ass green?"
I'll tell
No
you later.
reason.
I'll tell you later.
Just to watch the stream.
I mean, if they can't see it on Twitch, then it's not there.
You'd still be able to just see the crack floating there. Completely disembodied. Yowzer. Okay.
Oh, that'd be
Let's get back to
hilarious.
this, huh?
This is
you guys
derailed.
you guys went to fix the forts, right?
Something like that. I don't
Yeah.
remember now.
Shave your crack.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you guys you traveled and the first one
We'll just
was
put backlight.
in
There you
So
go.
that the light shines. So that way it definitely is green.
the westernmost one was in some disrepair, but it mostly looked like it had been ransacked at some point, and I mean there were papers and scrolls all over, but it
I found a book. If I remember.
you did.
correctly.
You found a book that was just a ledger
Yeah,
of like
just a ledger, but it had a bunch of
everybody
names,
who
yeah.
traveled through. You did also find a little drawer with some contraband in it
Oh,
as
that's
well.
right.
Yep,
Yeah.
you did find a contraband drawer. The next fort, the centralmost fort, had people living in it.
Yes,
kind of a
the
shitty
poop
place.
fort.
Yeah.
The poop fort.
Very unvigilant people.
Yep.
And so they were.
What's a chamber pot?
Oh God, that was.
Just taking big old steamy dumps wherever they felt like it.
My God, that was. Yeah, I was like, hey, no squatting.
Yeah,
Vision for it.
you
They were
found out
squatting in multiple ways.
Didn't
the person who was keeping guard at the door. It was nighttime when you got there, and the person who was keeping guard was literally just leaning against the doorway, holding a spear and sleeping.
I didn't even have to roll. I
No.
still did.
No,
but
you were fine.
Yep.
I mean, I got all the way in and just like.
Yep.
God. It's a good thing I wasn't murder hobo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Could have
you,
satiated the dagger a little
I
bit.
could have totally satiated that dagger.
they ended up waking up and causing a big stink and calling everybody out, and you
They
found
already
out
caused a big stink.
that their
There was
leader.
tons of it around.
Well, fair enough. But you found out that their leader was a man named Gearbald Kinslayer,
That's not gonna come back.
and this was his band of merry men. Essentially, he fancied himself a free man who could go do whatever he wanted, and no one's gonna get in his way. And you were all like, "Yeah, but leave." And he was like, "I will not." And
Discourse.
you're like, "Discourse."
Yep.
And you were like, "Leave or we'll make you." And he's like, "I will leave, but you're definitely, totally, definitely not making me. I'm doing it of my own free will as a grown-ass man." And he and his
Hey, I'll
men
do it, but
left.
not because you told me to.
Yep, he and his men left, and they had not emptied out their chamber pots.
God.
So the whole place was smelling like poop. You all slept in there.
It's like
and
when
woke
you're
up with-
Airbnb and they upper decker it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all slept there, but you didn't sleep well because on
of the
account of
stank.
all the poop.
It was a very shitty session.
It was.
So,
Pungent.
would we have stood a chance if we had tried to fight these people? Because there were a lot more of them than there were of us.
Yes, you would have. Because Gearbald the Kinslayer was very much a folk hero. People flocked to him as this guy who's like this amazing freer of men, and let's just live however we want and do whatever we want, and if there's enough of us, no one can stop us.
Okay.
So his followers are lazy, untrained, undisciplined, cowardly. You know, they definitely try to huddle in numbers for safety. You would have killed several of them and scattered the rest. Like, most of them would not have stood to fight very long.
They were not the people we'd want as mercenaries in Masanoko.
Correct.
These are not the mercenaries that we're going to be tracking down.
No.
These are not the mercenaries you're looking for.
Yeah.
So,
Number
yeah,
2.
that is how that worked. And
then my favorite tower.
you only needed a DC 10 to convince them to leave as well.
Oh wow!
So your discourse was very
Instant success.
very
Well, I always roll
effective.
advantage, and I have very high modifiers, so
Yeah.
I usually get well over 20 anytime I do discourse.
The last fort, the easternmost, looks very different from the other two because it was only about half as tall, and there was a giant fat spider sleeping on top.
No big deal.
The creature
Yeah,
being
not
at
at all.
least 15 feet across with a fat bulbous body. And
OMG, it's NBD.
OMG, INBD.
No problems.
You all... So, you were sneaking up toward the fort, right?
Yeah, I actually was in the fort when I got ahead of you. I got ahead of the group.
Yeah, that's right. You made it in. I feel like somebody was like halfway between the group and the fort when she woke up.
Well, there was didn't we have an NPC guy?
Beaufrey.
We
Beaufrey
had
was
Beaufrey
with us.
the dwarf.
And Beaufrey, you happened to roll bad for Beaufrey.
So he thought
And
he could
he's-
sneak up too, yeah.
Yeah, and he hit a stick or something like he literally snapped a stick. And,
Yeah.
And that thing woke up.
And the spider was like, "Sup, y'all?"
Yeah.
Fortunately, the spider was more interested in a nap than a meal. So she was like, listen, if you leave me alone, let me finish my nap, I'll leave afterward. Because she was just very sleepy and ready to finish her nap.
That was after I shot her with an arrow. She didn't even fucking care.
Didn't even feel it, which makes me really glad that she was more interested in a nap than a fight, because we would have been boned.
Yep. So, there are 3 sections here as well for dealing with Towler. The first one is Towler, Mother of All. The first option is attacking Towler. I
Yeah.
quote,
Don't.
good luck.
Wait, what?
Did it. I did it. Fuck it. I did it.
Yes, the first words after attacking Towler are good luck, exclamation point.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would have had advantage in sneak attack on it.
Yeah,
One hit.
sneak
Died.
sneaking, you had to pass a DC 15. And begging the spider's pardon was a 15 traditions check, which you passed.
Clearly.
Begging the spider's pardon. I just think that's hilarious.
That is very funny.
You were able to find in the fort. I think you found, yes, because the spider was complaining about something jabbing in its side or in its stomach.
Yep.
And you sneaked under it and found the road warden's staff.
Yep.
That you then gave to Beaufrey so that he could be the road warden. And he rewarded each of you with badges that named you Keepers of the Road, and gave each of you some gold bars that were worth a total of 20 gold a person. And that restored the Old Forest Road.
I gave my badge away.
Yes, you did.
That's right, you did.
Very recently.
You gave it to
Yes.
Amdir as he was taking Frederick's family home.
Yep.
You gave your badge to Amdir so that he could travel. Made them the road warriors. Heck yeah, brother. Next, you all heard great news. Good news, everyone. Good news, everyone. Orfal the hunter has killed the werewolf of Mirkwood. We're having a feast to celebrate. You were all
Sack of
invited.
shit.
You were all invited there.
He did beat it. It just came back.
And you
Just not the right way.
you go to a big celebration. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, big old feast in the middle of the forest.
Party all day, party all night.
Big lamps, drunk elves,
Yeah, all that good stuff.
whole bunch of problems.
While you're there, the werewolf shows up just as an absolute buzzkill.
It was worse than having dinner
And-
with Buzz Killington.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Octane, you remember precisely. They were terrible.
Yeah, they had a good amount of wine at that point, or bad amount, however you look at it.
I don't know how you can see double for a big fucking werewolf, but they did.
They sure did. Oh, buddy. I thought I stepped on his paw, but I didn't, apparently.
No, he's over this
Or
way.
he's just a big, strong
His paw
boy.
is right over here.
Yeah, both of them are, so.
Big dollars.
But, yeah, so the werewolf attacks. You're all able to fight it off. You notice it obliterating all the lanterns around the grove where it was.
Did not
And-
like those lanterns.
Frederick warns you ahead of time that he had a dream about this. So you were not caught entirely unawares. The few elves that are there who can fight do, but to varying success. But you are able to defeat the werewolf, only to hear it howling in the woods again, headed your way. You get into the Hall of the Elven King and close the gates. You hear the creature slashing, biting, bashing at the gates, but it is unable to break through.
To no avail.
To note, also, we tried to warn them before the dinner
Yes.
about this.
Tried to warn your
And-
old buddy Ruthiel.
And what did they do? They're like, we got this.
Be
no
cool,
big
bro.
deal."
We're all just trying to have a good time. Harsh and my mellow.
Yeah, Ruthiel was very dismissive of your warnings. But the
Oh, I missed a spot.
what?
Yeah, because this is where I had my really fuck it attitude.
Yeah.
Because last time we were in Mossenoak, that's when Amdir came over and basically said that, bro, you need to chill it.
Yeah, he told you that you needed to train Estelle, and you're like, I can't.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, well, hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more.
Don't show your face as a Dunedain anymore. We're gonna. He's like, calm your tits for a little while, and maybe you can come back. And that was pretty
This
much
was Darathon's emo phase.
Yeah, it really was.
You
still
are,
kinda in it.
Think Peter Parker in Spider-Man 3.
Except without the really bad.
and
dance
also
moves.
Spider-Man 2.
I did not do the dance.
Just
moves,
the-
no.
Yes.
With the hair.
Yeah,
and
the hair came, like-
Oh, yeah.
And the wolf came out. I'm just like,
Yeah.
So mainstream.
what do you do? Just lean back on the tree.
So you guys are hired by Thranduil to finish this thing off once and for all, and you are told that the Elven scholars have stumbled upon some sort of thing that indicates that that werewolves are spirits that are attached to the physical plane by some phylactery of some sort.
Gotta watch out for those
And so
phylacteries.
you needed to go to its cave and try to defeat it. And try to destroy whatever's latching it to the world.
Mm-hmm.
You guys head out. You talk to Orifal. He tells you right where the cave is. But he's like, you're all gonna die. I tried already. He was very drunk at the time. Not making a lot of sense anyway. But you make your way to the cave. on the way, you see some vines that try to wrap themselves around your throats and yank you into the air, snapping your
that
neck
was
and
some
killing you.
shit.
But
so
you are
powerful.
able to escape its grasp, and you make it to the mountains of Mirkwood, which are not necessarily mountains like you've seen in other parts of the world. Steep hills would be a more apt descriptor. But you climb up to the top of one of them and see a hole in the ground that is the werewolf's cave. Going in, you see that it goes straight down and then like curves off. And there's a big room with 3 hallways coming off of it. And none of you remembered at the time, but that is also what it looked like when you entered Dol Guldur. But it had been so long since you'd been to Dol Guldur that I don't blame you for not.
The 3 pads.
Yeah,
I think I had like just like me personally had an inkling. But
maybe
yeah.
a personal
Because the whole thing
epiphany
is
of
that's why I
some
went
sort.
to the
Yeah.
center one.
Yeah, I didn't.
Because I went.
None of you
center
said
first.
anything, but
No,
I wasn't sure if the wheels were turning or not. It had been so long though.
Oh, yeah.
I don't blame you. But you guys
missed it.
found a pile of refuse, and underneath it was a chest, and inside there was a from the shoulders up bust. Looking straight at it, it looked like a snarling werewolf. If you turned it and looked at it from the left side, it looked like a kind and generous elf. And if you turned it to the right side, it looked like a vampire, like the bats you've seen. And you guys started smashing this thing. You started hacking at it and smashing it. And as you did, you heard the werewolf howling and coming closer. At a certain point, your stone started to vibrate, indicating that the werewolf was getting closer.
Yep.
As you were smashing it, you saw that it started to repair itself a little bit.
Yep. that
So
was fucked.
you were smashing it and trying to throw the pieces away and
Just
keep it
chucking
apart.
shit
Yeah.
out, like,
By the time the werewolf enters the cave, it looks like it's in pretty bad shape. The
Snuck out to
bust
beat it up.
the bust itself is still partially intact, but it's pretty beat up, and so is the werewolf. It's kind of limping and clawing its way down the hall to get to where you are. You were hiding in the main room, Darathon, and you
I started fighting it.
started fighting it. But it was focused on getting down the hallway.
Yeah. Beat it.
One of you set a fire near the entrance to stop it from getting in. Do you guys remember who that was? Was it
I
Fredwick?
think it was Fredwick.
Because then,
Maybe it
right
was Fredwick.
afterward, he jumped through the fire in flames with his sword
Yes.
and stabbed the werewolf
It was Fredwick.
right here.
Dragon Force style.
Yep.
Not enough to kill the werewolf, and the werewolf ended up biting down on his right shoulder,
Nommed him.
That's
real hard,
That
Chomp.
was bad.
gaining him. I think he got a shadow point from
He got
that.
a shadow
Yeah,
point
he
for
got a
that,
shadow
yeah.
point. But after that, the next turn, you were able to finish off smashing the bust, and it all crumpled away to dust. And the werewolf itself crumpled away to dust as well.
I was nervous for that one.
And now
You were
we
all-
have a werecorgi in a group.
Yeah, we do.
You were all able to get lycanthropy. Time will tell. You were all able to. You also found a lamp that looked like it had been smashed repeatedly,
Big one.
but not broken. A big lamp, like the silvery
Silver.
metal frame of it was still intact, even though the glass had been shattered long ago. You got it back to where the elves were, and found out that it was made in Amanlanc years ago by elves as a tribute to the light of the 2 trees, as it is on Caleb's arm. There we go.
These trees.
Light of the 2 trees. Later on, Celebrimbor himself put crystals in them to ensure that they were lit forever.
Right.
Yes.
But the lamps, both lanterns were lost to time. it seemed like this one had been repeatedly smashed by the werewolf, but never broken. Smashed but not broken. New band name called it.
Solid.
And so, yeah, you guys were richly rewarded by Thranduil for defeating this creature and bringing back the lamp.
Paid, son.
You each got 100 gold.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy. All right. Last two sessions.
My God.
The two most recent sessions. But do you guys have any questions about anything for that session real quick? There is all of this lore you could have learned if
Good Lord.
if you had taken your fellowship phase and done the search for answers and researched this lamp. That is all the information you could have learned. So,
Wow.
and you still could learn.
Dan.
Dan.
It's kind of your thing.
Scholar.
But yeah, any questions?
Check this out.
What happens if we don't go try and take out the werewolf? What if he's like,
Yeah.
hey, do this for us? And we're like, nah.
Like, because we could have said no.
Yes, werewolves are a thing.
The werewolf keeps tormenting Mirkwood and in more savage ways. It would end up making its way through the whole of the forest, and even your homestead would be attacked from time to time.
Ooh,
Ooh.
don't want that.
No
Yeah.
bueno.
The fact that Orifal killed it, like, it came back, but it came back mad.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you guys hadn't finished it off, or if you had killed its body again, and then but left the vessel still intact, it would have come back even more angry and even more vengeful, and a little more powerful. Not a lot, but yeah. So that's what would have happened. The werewolf would have been back with a vengeance.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
You guys would have missed out on a lot of information if you hadn't taken the lantern back as well. Like, you didn't have to take it back, but in doing so, you learned a lot. And as Octane just mentioned, there is the lamp you found has a sibling that you wouldn't know anything about either. So
Right.
you guys were able to,
So you stack lore.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really kind of cool that we found both lamps like within sessions of each other.
Yeah, and
Well,
you
the
guys...
cool part is the first one has been there the whole time.
Yeah,
we just
and-
never knew about it.
You guys...
You alluded to it.
Yeah, as you were heading up to clear the forts, I said as you were passing the main longhouse of Woodsman Town, you feel a lightening of your burdens as you walk past the main hall.
Mm-hmm.
But it
Okay.
passes as soon as you walk past.
Never ever realizing it was that stupid.
Yep. I
Dropping
got a
hints.
plan.
It makes sense now.
Oh yeah, very much so.
You know, with the benefit of hindsight.
Hindsight's 2020.
So, next you were clearing a path straight from your front door to the Black Tarn. Because the Black Tarn is in bad shape.
Peril.
Very bad shape, on the verge of collapse.
Big oof.
Between the sickness and the weeds and the lack of crops and the river maidens messing around with the waters of the lake, there's just not a lot of sustainability there. But the other tribes of the woodsmen are banding together to send them aid. So Kaowin hired you to either find a road or plot out a road that his builders could make a road along, or a path that they could build a road along, to get supplies to the Black Tarn. So you all headed out, but as you were about to leave, so after you got back from killing the werewolf, a few weeks later, your family came around.
Mm.
Fredwick's family, his sister and her husband and kids all came around. Penny and her family and your family showed up.
Mm.
And even Amdir showed up,
Mm-hmm.
your closest friend, with Fredwick's family. And you all
Safe
had a
travels.
wedding of Hobson and Penny. Holy matrimony.
Holy crap! I mean,
And your family was there, and they were actually like chill and having fun.
well, and I had just came from. I mean, I did my fellowship phase before that and went down there, and
Yeah.
they weren't there for training. So
Yep.
yeah, I mean, don't know what the fuck that was up. But.
Yep.
I bet you'll find out.
And I ended that
Sure
session by telling you all that you would remember that as the last good day you had.
fuck
Because
you,
the
friend.
next day, you all woke up to the sound of screams and panic from the members of the Galdiak family, and you stepped outside to see black clouds overhead as rain, blackened by the soot of Mount Doom itself, was pouring down on the forest. Not on your house, just specifically on the forest of Mirkwood itself.
Yep.
In those conditions, you were asked to clear this path. So you, the area, in order to get to the Black Tarn, like your house is here, the Black Tarn is here. You guys would always travel like that. That was the safest route. But yeah, you guys are trying to find a path like that, straight to it. And
We found one.
yeah, you are traveling
yeah,
through
we
the
did.
marsh. You're traveling through a marshy area, extra marshy from the soot-filled rain that just happened, and you find that your feet are falling on something solid underneath a couple inches of muck.
Yep.
And you clear it away and see that there is an old paved street there. I'm sorry, just a second.
We had a friend show up.
Yeah, that
Duskwater.
was
Duskwater, thank you. Yeah,
I
Duskwater,
wonder
the
if that's
river
what you're
maiden
going for,
shows
yeah.
up, and she seems to be being very helpful. But you notice that while her tunic in the past has been, she has like water lilies in her hair, and her tunic seemed to be made of scales. But looking a little closer, you see now it looks like it's almost like spider webs in between the scales, holding it together. But
Thank you,
she
my paranoid nature.
She tells you where to go, and you see a tunnel of spider web that you have to try to get through. And you look up in the trees and see Radagast dangling up there, asking for your help. So you two are holding a blanket between you to try to catch him when he falls.
Yep.
Fredwick, you climbed up?
I climbed.
Yeah,
up.
you climbed up.
I threw and then climbed up.
Yeah. And Fredwick is like trying to kind of help you from the ground when suddenly your perceptiveness kicks in. You blink a couple times and you see that you're just standing in the dark forest covered in a thin layer of glimmering webs.
Yeah.
And
that
you
was-
see these two standing under the same webs holding a blanket between them like this. And Fredwick just looking up and around. But obviously not really seeing anything. So you cut the webs around you cut the webs around them and shake them out of it, and you all look up to see the face of an ugly spider with an ugly old hag face.
God, these
Yeah.
spiders are fucked. I
Yep.
just
They were terrible.
They're extra bad.
They are.
He showed us the picture.
By
Yeah.
design, they're extra bad.
now how much are these spiders?
Gross.
Okay, so since we've been talking while you're pulling that shit up, 'cause-
Tulican.
How much are they in the stories?
Tylequin, I thought.
Tylequin.
Within Lord of the Rings,
Tylequin.
like
These are all
Tylecan.
none of these spiders
Tylecan,
are mentioned by name in
Yeah.
the Lord of the Rings books.
They
Okay.
are the three daughters of Shelob.
now is Sheila mentioned in the book?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's the big spider in Return of the King that chases Sam around, or in Frodo.
This is not gonna shock you. I didn't watch that part.
Fair enough. So
that's
Nope.
the one.
Yeah.
So I got to get into this real quick.
No,
It's
go ahead.
super cool.
No, it really is.
The
It is.
genealogy of these spiders is really cool. So
Wait, they did have they made a genealogy of these
there
fuckers?
there is a genealogy to them. So these 3 spiders are the 3 great spiders of Mirkwood.
Right.
All the spiders in The Hobbit are descendants of theirs. They're the children of Shelob,
Okay.
who is the greatest spider of the age. Shelob is the daughter of Ungoliant, who is the mother of all spiders. No one knows where she came from. She was out in
Hell?
yes, essentially.
Likely, yes.
She was out in the void, like almost when the world was created. She's almost an embodiment of the void, right? Melkor, the original Dark Lord, wants to ruin the world that the Valar and he and Eru Ilúvatar, the god of that universe, created. So there are 2 trees
Hey, trees.
that there are 2 trees that light the entire world. And Melkor wants to ruin that, so he goes and gets Ungoliant, who he's met at some point. And since she is a creature of the void, she devours light. And she is a big spider.
She doesn't feed on blood or flesh
Yeah.
or anything like that. She feeds on light.
So she, she tries to wrap up the light in her webs?
No, she sucks it out with her fangs. She goes up to the trees
She
and
drinks
sucks
it.
the light out of them. And she grows to be very, very, very big.
No, thank you.
I
If
won't tell you how big.
If you want some real nightmare fuel, Google pictures that people have drawn of Ungoliant.
I wouldn't, though.
Some of them
I see you over there Googling. I wouldn't.
Terrifying.
That's all I'm going to say.
Some of them are amazing.
Ungoliant.
Yep.
Sure. Yep.
Oh, fuck.
She's
Is
as big
she-
as a mountain.
She almost beat Melkor after feeding on the light.
Yep. He had to call in all his Balrogs to help fight her off.
She tied him up in her webs and was about to kill him.
Yes.
Oh, there's a thing called Ungoliant versus the Balrogs.
And
Yep.
he basically
It's 4
just cries
minutes
out,
video.
and all
Yeah.
of the Balrogs hear it and converge on there and
Oh.
fight her off.
Well, in the new Magic,
Wow.
the Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering set, it is 4 colorless, 1 black and 1 green. Shelob, Child of Ungoliant.
Yep.
Death Touch Ward 2. Other spiders you control have Death Touch and Ward 2. Whenever another
Interesting.
creature dealt damage to this turn by a spider you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except that it is a food artifact.
Yep.
No, this is the one I almost fucking dropped my phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
She had 10 legs. There was one that was she had 10 legs, and I'm
She's
just
as big as a mountain. And no one knows where she went exactly, but they assume that she just got so huge
Horrifying.
that she literally started eating herself because she couldn't get enough food.
Like Pizza the Hut.
Yes.
And he got trapped in his limo.
and
Exactly.
there's her eating the tree. That's
Exactly
a
like
gorgeous
that.
picture of
it is.
Yeah. But yeah, so they are all the grandchildren of Ungoliant, the ones that you are going to be facing.
Oh, you don't have to say that.
But I did anyway.
Well, we've already faced 2 of the 3.
We've met them.
You met them. Haven't faced them
We threw a
necessarily.
toothpick at one.
Tomato,
and then we just
potato.
talked to the other ones.
Discourse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that.
Spider the size of a mountain.
Yep. But
I'm gonna be gone that day.
that
Fuck. That's the. Oh God.
I am giving you a bit of meta knowledge that all of her children and grandchildren also have an affinity for gems.
Oh.
Mm.
So yeah, there were the
sucks.
Silmarils were the shiniest of all the gems,
They were the gemmiest gems that ever gemmed.
and Melkor was like, "I'll give you a Silmaril if you help me with this," and she was like, "Okay,"
Yeah.
and then he refused to pay, so that's why she tried to eat him.
Oh. Well, yeah.
But
He
Back
gave her
out on a
everything
deal.
except the Silmarils.
Yep.
And she took exception.
She took great umbrage with that. But yeah, you see Tyler Quinn or whatever you call her, and she talks to you, but she lets you go. And you make your way to the Black Tarn. You tell them about the road that's already there, and construction begins immediately to clear it away.
Yeah, baby.
After that, you are called to Woodsman Town
Mm-hmm.
for the funeral of Ingomer. He has
R.I.P.
passed away, and his son Ingel is going to be stepping up. So you go there, you observe his funeral, and afterwards, Ingel asks to speak with each of you, and he says, I have this boat of supplies that needs to make it to the Black Tarn, where my father was very cautious and wanted to keep a lot of our resources for his people, which I get, but we need to be helping out our comrades in the Black Tarn. So
Correct.
a boat did already go missing, so please be careful, but I need this to get there.
And we're like, sure.
You guys take the boat,
It seems easy.
and you go south. After a couple days, your boat suddenly stops, and you see Duskwater with her hand on the front of the boat, and you hear the boat start to creak and crack, and then it explodes.
I did have a question.
Yeah.
Because you did ask what we were gonna do as she was holding on to the beginning of the boat.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a way out of that from the boat getting crushed?
Was there a way to stop her from crushing the boat?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Because that was the first time that I ever thought to use my feet
Mm-hmm.
and like grab her hand and say something, and it allows me to frighten people.
Yep. So the main thing you could have done was preemptively jump off the boat, and get to the shore. But
Okay.
once her hand is on the boat, you could have noticed her ahead of time,
Mm-hmm.
but you didn't. And so like, even then, like trying to steer around her is very difficult.
That's what I was wondering.
It's
She's real good at swimming.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
They don't call her the River Maiden because she doesn't know about being in a river.
Motorboat and maiden.
Mm.
She used to be. All three of the maidens motorboated you pretty good.
Yeah. And
At
that
one
one's
point.
a spider.
Facts.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened with her. I want to know why she's all spidered up and evil.
Oh.
This is the same one.
I know.
Duskwater.
Yeah. I want to know why.
Yeah, I need to know why.
Well, too bad.
Time will tell. Young grasshoppers.
Secrets revealed.
Oh dang it.
Foiled again.
But yeah, you jump off and you see the barrel on the other side, and against Frederick's better judgment, you guys cross the river and you find the barrow with 4 heroes and their weapons. And each of you takes one of the weapons. As you step outside, you immediately face down some swamp folk,
Marsh folk.
marsh
Yeah. Marsh.
mellows,
Marsh something.
marsh monsters,
Marsh trolls?
marsh dwellers.
Dwellers.
Dweller.
Okay.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you really get to
Hammer down.
you really get to test out those new weapons you just got.
Credit on it.
Found out that they're actually pretty wild. And afterward, you found the mother of Ameliota wounded and hiding in one of the bushes, but you're able to save her, get her back to safety.
Yeah.
At which point you walk her down the river. You get to the lake and see that some fishing boats have come out and collected the supplies that were floating down the river. You get Ameliota's mother to safety, and you all travel home to hear the news that unfortunately Lilitha has died in childbirth. The end.
R.I.P.
So yeah, so I guess on that set, on that little bit, did we grab the right weapons?
I don't think so.
Right weapons is such a interesting way to word that. I imagined you two with the opposite weapons.
That's what I thought.
But
Yep.
I don't think there's a wrong answer.
So with those, is that already within the module, or is that something that you cooked up?
Nope. They have guidelines for creating magical weapons. Yeah, they have guidelines for making those, so I just took a weapon, gave it one of these magical-ish properties,
Nice.
yeah, and then
Like it.
laid them out and let you pick which ones you wanted. 135 is what I'm looking
I'm so excited for the Hobbit Scholar Berserker with his like
yeah,
with
what
the thing
the
that he picked up.
fuck?
I'm
Was
so
he
excited for
supposed to
that.
have that little python?
The Matic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
That's-
it was awesome. I
I-
was so happy.
I really like the idea of a Matic, and so I put it out there, and I'm like, we'll see what happens.
I like it.
Well, I
Yeah.
love that he walked over to it and you were immediately like, and you find that it is Hobbit-sized.
Well, as he was going up to everything, I was like, as you approach something, you see that it kind of adjusts to become just the right size for you, and then as you walk away, it assumes it's... Because I
like
didn't
that.
want that technicality to be the reason he was like, well, I can't use any of these then.
Yeah.
Right. Which would, and most magical items, that's exactly what they would do.
Yeah.
They would sit there, fit the work they use.
So yeah, I gave you an axe of cleaving.
Yep.
So cleaving is one of the magical enchantments that can be added to something,
Awesome.
Nice.
and it does. You automatically deal the amount of damage equal to your proficiency bonus to another enemy creature engaging you in combat. So yeah, and so each of you has one of those things, and I gave the heroes that they were associated with a title that matched.
Nice.
Your guy was the Cleaver,
Yeah.
and your guy was the Hope's Flame or whatever.
Yeah, that was like, I think that's probably why I was like, oh, is this the one I'm supposed to have? Because like, I hide. And I'm like,
So-
now I'm like this little beacon of.
Yeah, so I chose the 4 that I did with all of you in mind. Like, you could have had the Hope's Flame. He could have had the Hope's Flame.
Oh yeah.
You could have had the Matic. Like, it could have gone any way. But I think you guys ended up with the right stuff, even if it's not what I imagined right away. But I think you guys ended up with the right
Oh
stuff.
no, I totally think because like what we were discussing before you got here, that his ability is that he has an ability that will heal us and frighten the enemies, where my now ability is I get rid of our frightened and give us temporary hit points. So like I give us a boot, I get that
You give us a
bane
buff.
and then a buff, and he
Yeah.
flat out heals and gives them a bane.
I thought
know.
that was cool that it was especially made in their own rights to like
Yeah.
complement everything we had. So
Yeah.
when I was double checking, I was like, it seems awfully convenient that those would have been in the module. That's why I wanted to ask if you made those up, because I was like, it seems way too appropriate.
The only magical weapon that you've encountered that is in the only magic item you've encountered that is in the module is Pembergol so far. There haven't been any other ones yet, so
Oh, so you're the asshole that literally gave me the dagger, not
Yep.
just some.
Stabby
the dagger,
McNaggis.
the horn, the necklace, it's all
It's all me, baby.
It's all up in
Okay.
that noggin.
Duly noted. No, that's okay. I get to fuck with your character all
Yep.
the time. So like,
Yep.
you've already cursed me out. So
I played the one time I play a warlock. My patron is the BBEG. Thanks, dude. Gosh.
he flat out he says he's like, fuck you. I fucking love it. But yeah, like literally, like almost he's just like, I'm like, would I do that?
Boo, but also yay, but boo.
Yeah.
I mean, I have thoughts. I have lots of thoughts.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. I've kind of introduced the major
That's-
big bad.
That's just my suspicion.
Nothing has been confirmed.
Nothing's
yet.
been confirmed. There is
I mean-
So I should say my patron is the bad guy in someone else's backstory.
There you
At
go.
least
That-
one.
that is-
Well,
that
at
is-
least two people's
At least two
backstories.
At least two people's backstories.
At least three, but he's not around anymore. But jeez.
Yeah, technically 3.
Cheese and crackers.
Well, here we are at the end of this recap and discussion. I've had a good time.
You know, I think,
been
and that's
eye-opening.
awesome because like to be able
Yeah.
to go like down memory lane for 9 months.
Yep.
Holy shisa.
Mm-hmm.
but also get to talk about like more stuff that we haven't.
We
really had the
got to
time
peek
talk
behind the
about.
curtain a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dive into some lore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys and people at home, are there any other questions going forward into our next session in 2 weeks?
Yeah, it looks like we still have Ben in the chat. I mean, I definitely think we need to give in 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks will be. Oh no, it'll be the one just before I leave for Gen Con. I definitely think we need to give.
That's when I'm gone.
Oh, is that when you're gone?
We're both gone.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll.
That's the weekend that we're.
We need to
doing.
figure out.
We can try and record.
Once we get off stream, we're gonna discuss this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I definitely think we need to give Dan the chance to give out some of, so like we can grill Dan.
Yeah.
And let him talk about some of his stuff.
Yeah.
But
He
like,
had his chance. He went to get his picture taken instead.
no. I told him that he can't. No, he
good.
lost the chance to have a T-shirt that when he scans it, it brings him food. Yeah, that was his punishment. But like I didn't think about, and I guess it's the me as a play, because I guess I'll be honest, I haven't gotten to actually like really play in a game where we're doing this much back work. Like games I've played before, it was just like, yeah, I just show up, and yes, I do all this work for you guys in game, but I never thought about I can still do a little bit of this work to give to you as a benefit for myself as well, because I'm like, I, as a player playing my character, have had feelings based on certain things that have happened and have never thought to express them to you.
Yep.
Because, like, you don't know what I'm feeling or thinking if I don't say something about
Yeah.
it. And so, yeah, you'll be getting a message from me because I have already purchased things. So,
Nice. I'll say one of my favorite characters I ever played was in the one and only campaign Caleb ever DM'd. I played a character, and going into it, I'm like, I don't want to be that DM who becomes a player, but like, can I come up with like, can I create? I wanted a noble background. Can I create a city in your world that my character's from? And he went, yeah, go for it. So I made a whole city with a whole backstory. I went over it with him, made sure it fit within his world, but I always want to be the DM who gives his players a little too much freedom and then has to pull them back, rather than the kind of DM who's like, no, you can't do anything, and then like in session I'm trying to draw stuff out of you,
right, because we're gonna be resistant to give you anything,
Right,
because you've already
right.
shot us down before.
So I definitely want to err on the side of giving you guys more to do.
Ooh.
And like, there's never been any account of any assassin families that fought against the Shadow in anything, but there's nothing that says they don't exist. And I'd rather, again, err on the side of this is a cool idea.
Well, and I really appreciate, so like that's the other little bit of thing. Like, they are an assassin family. It's basically Assassin's Creed, because that was the one reference I could think of that was like, okay, what can I get behind? And
Ben's got a
when I
question.
sat there, was like, can we do this? And he was like, yeah, I don't see why not. And you've completely, because it's like, she got attacked. What did she get attacked by? I don't know. He brought that up, and she was making sure that this didn't happen to her family, because she wanted a family. She married somebody. She had a family, and she trained every single one of us. Like, she is the reason why I'm this way.
And Mogdred didn't. Mogdred, again, is a character in the module, but as soon as I decided you guys were looking in the Mirror of Galadriel, I'm like, he's the one who almost killed your mom.
Oh yeah, you
That's
did
a
that, and I just
great
went.
100%.
Great tie.
That would be the reason why when we went up and I grabbed my sword, I go, you will taste his blood. Done.
Ben did ask a question, so let's get to that real quick before we sign off. What is the ideal future for these characters? How has the story changed that? Man, the interesting thing about this module, and I think I told you guys this ahead of time, is that a lot of this module is stalling and prolonging the inevitable.
Yep.
Because everything that happens in the Lord of the Rings books happens.
Mhm.
And so Mirkwood, Dol Guldur becomes this great fortress. The Men of the Woods are attacked and routed, and the Bjorning's lands get burned, and Dale and Erebor are under siege by orcs and Haradrim, and like all of that still happens. So with that meta knowledge, with that in mind, what do each of you guys think is the ideal future for your characters? Like, based on what you know up till this point in character, and knowing that the whole session, the whole game is kind of a stall, trying to stall the darkness,
Yeah.
but not really being able to stop it. What do you guys think is your ideal future?
So, the one thing that my character has not mentioned, and I have no problem dropping it here, Volley basically thinks that he's on borrowed time. Like, that's why he fights the way he fights.
Mhm.
He knows he's going to die. And so he fights with reckless abandon. I mean, he's still calculated, but it's, you're being attacked. You have to survive. You got taken. You have to make it. He's a hobbit. He's a scholar. He is smart. We got to protect him. I am just Volley. If this was a totem pole, I would be on the bottommost, just because he's ready to sacrifice what he needs to make sure the three of you do greater things. So he doesn't feel like he does have a future.
His ideal future might be like
He
a
actually
glorious
has
death.
one. Well, either a glorious death or somehow he actually gets to have a future, because he's surprised he's. I mean, in all honesty, he is surprised he's still alive.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, has the story changed that in some way? Does he think that there might be a future after everything that the group's been through? Seeing the group overcome so much, has his view changed?
There will be information that I'm gonna get. I'm gonna send you
Sure.
some stuff. Yeah,
Sure.
But honestly, the shit changed for him big time at the wedding.
All right.
Just looking around and being like, huh.
It was because it was one of those things of like, he was being called by his real name. He was being, you heard his family calling him Holty. Volley never slipped their lips because we were in our land, in our home, and like he's flinched when you guys have said it outside of the homestead. But no, now he's like, maybe I can have both, even though I know danger looms. That's why I didn't tell you guys until God. What session was it? Like 8 when
It
I
was
finally
a ways in, yeah.
like 8 or
Yeah.
9 when I finally sat there and said, I'm being chased. I
Yeah.
know I'm being chased.
Yep.
I didn't say anything until we got attacked by the chieftain.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it was just one of those things like, but you were being open. You were still more open than I was. I was still very much like, I've got a job to do. I'm going to do this job. I don't want to, but like, it's, so no, like he thinks he might actually could have a future, even though it's going to be dark.
Yeah. So, Hobson, what was the ideal future for him, and how has that changed by the story?
At the beginning of the campaign, the ideal future was just to be the emissary of his people. Like, that's what he trained for. That's what he wanted to do. And so he thought he was going to go to this moot and, like, crush it and then just go back to Beorn's house and, like, get a pat on the back and be like, hey, great job. And, like, that was just going to be his thing. He was going to travel to the other the other cultures and like
Mhm.
just basically be not really a politician, but like be that guy that speaks on behalf of his people and all that. Well, then he started getting involved in these shenanigans with you people, and then Masano Call happened, and he's like, I'm still a Beorning, and I'm still emissary of my people. I'm still representing Beorn and his people, but I'm doing it in a very different way than what he initially thought. So I would say his ideal future now that he's married, like continuing to adventure with you guys while also like having a home life a little bit, like maybe having some kids and providing for a family. But his ideal future has shifted quite a bit from just being like the emissary of your people going and talking to people. It's like this is a completely new way to fulfill that same goal.
It almost feels like you're like trying to be almost even just more also an emissary of yourself, like because it's part of you.
Yeah, yeah. Like I am representing the House of Beorn, but I'm also representing like us. Like we're our own thing now, and so Hobson isn't just the emissary of his people anymore. He's like his own person. Like he's established a name for himself, and so he can have it both ways.
Yeah,
he's made this house his home sin.
The whole thing is
he's made this house sin his home sin.
I'm now imagining the children's names of just like they're all ends with SON, and I'm just like Lillison, Allison,
Jonathan.
All of a sudden, the kids' names are Jason, Scott,
Jornison,
Danson, Terracin.
How about Darathon? What was his ideal future, and what is it now, and how's the story changed it?
So I think the story's had 3 significant changes for him, and I'll tie it into the whole tarot thing because I looked it up while we were talking. In the beginning, I think he just had the thought of like past him, the card of the Hierophant is tradition, obedience, and expectations. So his ideology was, I'm going to be the best ranger I can. I'm going to put the shadow down to the best of my abilities until...
He's going to be the very best like no one ever was.
Exactly. To catch the orcs is my real test.
To
And
slay
to
them.
defeat
Slay
them is
them
my
is your
cause.
cause. Yes.
You will travel across the land.
Yes. Thanks for coming, guys. I need a green hoodie now.
We need to get some green fucking hoodies.
I mean, I have one. It's my Slytherin one.
But it's changed in, I think, 3 main ways. Seeing what happened with his father trying to go ahead and have a life outside and what happened there. Seeing Ameliota multiple times, and in the beginning, appreciating the type of person she was to actually having that, like, kind of feeling of connection. But every time they've seen her further and further, she's gotten older, she's gotten more tired, he's the same, you know? Dunedain's having that extra long life.
Yep.
Have that kind of feeling. And with, I guess, 4, because seeing everything in Galadriel's visions changed a lot of perspective. But the nail in the coffin was the wedding. Seeing a mixture of, like, Hobson having that happy moment of having a family, of having, like, this future, and being able to go ahead and have a happy life there. But the culmination of what happened with, like, Ameliota, knowing his history, knowing what needs to happen now, he knows he can never really have that. And he's accepted it to have more of the feeling. I think, yes, the Chariot was the one I was going to choose for him currently. Having the willpower, the direction to keep moving forward with the goals of seeing Aragorn, Estelle fighting, winning against the dark, and having that life that he needed to have to attain that goal.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he can never go and have that like happiness. So he's diligent in the ideology that he wants to see Hobson have that. He wants to go ahead and see Fredwick have that. He has no idea what the fuck Volley's version of that is, but he wants him to have that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to do whatever it takes to make sure that they get to that pinnacle moment of Galadriel's vision so that they can have those endings, I
Mhm.
guess. And however that may happen.
Mm-hmm. Man, who knew we were gonna cause such a big turning point moment for the whole table? When Caleb came to me and was like, "Hey, I'd like this to be part of Hobson's character," I was like, "Cool." Didn't
Turns out
anticipate.
everybody got something out of that.
Yeah, I love
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Well, that's a lot of internal things that you're almost never going to see come out in gameplay.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, I want this wedding.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Like, you know, you sit there. I mean, and that's the thing is like, you know, we discussed it. It's our characters have been together and dealing with things for 9 years.
Mm.
That's a lot of shit that we've dealt with. This is, so like, to see one of us have the pinnacle of, you know, what a traditional happiness would be probably for this area. Yeah, it's like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I've never thought about it that way. You know, mine stands in the hourglass. These are the days of my life. You know, and it's, yeah. Great, thanks.
No, it's a
Good
good.
stuff.
No,
It's
no,
a good
it is. It's
drive.
really
I
good
think
stuff.
it's a focus
Mm-hmm.
that helps really get that feeling, and it turned a lot of stuff for me because originally, like, the focal point I had was Fredwick's like the light in the dark, and never put baby in a corner, keep this motherfucker alive because he's the reason why we're not turning to shadow.
Mhm.
But after having the wedding, and I didn't talk at all for like the wedding stuff because it was like he's gonna be there and enjoy everything, but there's so much going on in the back there that this is all Hobson's day.
Mm-hmm.
So now with the ideology of still want to do that, but even though you can take care of yourself, like making sure that you get to be able to get back home is now another huge drive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there's two. Like, fuck us.
Pretty much.
These guys are the more important too. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
And there's such a weird ideology between like seeing the future and being like, all right, this is from my eyes. I see this. I don't know why he has a confidence now that like as long as I stay on this path, I'll get to that point. I'll see Estelle at this point. So as long as I stay on this path and I keep doing what I can with us, I'm gonna be able to get there. So he just will dive right in and do what he's got to do.
Yeah, and I think like almost like there's part of me that's the like how I first was introduced to you guys coming up from behind. Like I'm still behind making sure nothing gets you guys, because that's what I do. And so, yeah. No, knowing me and knowing how I feel, I still feel like of the four of us, he will probably be the first to fall. Which is why when we had the question happen in chat, like who do you think is gonna be the first one to get tainted? I figured it would be me, just because of how much my character has dealt with it. So,
That's true.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, with that, thank you guys so much for a great discussion. Any last thoughts before we log off here?
we'll try and do this again sometime when we can have a full, like, spelled out answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kidding. We answered for like an hour and a half.
Oh my god, right? We might do this again with the D&D group.
4.5 hour stream.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Our longest stream is the one just us like doing backstory stuff.
Yeah.
Dude.
I'm so
doing
glad
work.
though. I'm so glad because this will be a great thing to point people to if they join in the future and are like, "Hey, I'm trying to catch
we
up
did-
with your stream."
We did a full recap.
Yep.
Along with a deep dive. Like
Wow.
this,
At the
this
same
will
time.
get everybody like all the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it was worth
Minus Fredwick too, because
Yeah.
Ben, we love you too.
Hours.
Oh, for
Benji.
sure.
Oh, easily.
Benji, we love you too, buddy.
Benji.
yes,
aw.
bud.
Thank you so much.
That was
for
a great
joining us.
question.
It was a great question. It's a good one to think about,
Mhm.
and that's good for me to know what you guys are looking to the future for. So I need to kill off Hobson first, Fredwick second. Is that what I'm hearing now?
Or vice versa.
We'll riot.
Yeah. Like, I'm not afraid to do actual physical damage to a DM. So,
I would never do that to you, but there may or may not be feces in your tailpipe. I don't know.
Got
Is
an
that a
unlimited
euphemism?
supply.
If it's mine or the dog, I don't
Right,
know.
right.
I don't know how the dog pooped all over your car. I don't know.
Unlimited supply.
Why does it smell so weird in this car? Why is there poop in my tailpipe?
Ah, Benji, no. Penny first, then everyone else.
Oh!
Benji, you
Let's shut this down.
better not show your
We
face
have
around.
homes to go to.
Yeah,
Yep.
right?
All right. Thank you guys so much for a great talk. Thanks everybody who tuned in. You can find us most Sunday nights streaming. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Instagram.
We have Instagram. We haven't been using it that much. There is an Instagram. We'll start posting it more,
Yeah.
especially at when we're at Gen Con.
Mhm.
Yep.
Because it'll be Jason and I will be down there. We'll be running around like crazy people.
Mhm.
Facebook. If you connect with us on Patreon, then you can join our Discord server and talk to us anytime. We love chatting with people.
Yeah.
We answer questions in there
Yes.
like daily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Definitely hit
Yeah,
us up.
people post in there
And you get
on the day, and we answer.
Yeah, and so and on the Patreon we've got some public photos so that you don't have to join us and you can see a couple photos.
Yeah.
But to get more, it's $5.
Yeah.
It's $5
Yeah.
a month. It just helps us get a little bit of coin paste for pop snacks, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
T-shirts.
Help to
T-shirts.
get-
T-shirts.
Help to get stuff around here.
Yep.
T-shirts.
Keep
the
an eye out
t-shirts
for
are coming.
T-shirts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you-
Keep an
you
eye out
will-
for T-shirts.
You will see
Merch is coming down
merch
the
is
line.
coming. You'll probably see it on our Facebook and our social media before you actually see it on the stream because it probably will be done just before I disappear with Jason to Indianapolis.
Right
So
before.
I'm so excited for you guys to see him.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And just so you know, while we were talking, I just heard from my artist. She's currently working on your guys's.
Hey,
Is mine
difficult
done?
ones.
Yeah, go us.
She said she's going to actually probably rework yours because she doesn't like how it looks with the colored pencil that she was using. She's going to go back over,
Okay.
just to make it completely black and white.
Okay.
So
Can I see it anyway though? At some point, can I see what she has? I hope so.
I'll see her
Regardless.
tomorrow. But yeah,
Regardless.
and the nice thing is that she's already given us permission to use her artwork on shirts.
Mhm.
So we will have. If I can find a place that would print shirts, and possibly do like a lot, that
You can't see, but I'm pointing towards-
we'll have shirts
Me.
for you guys to purchase.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have to give her information on this character so I can have my own character shirt because
Yeah.
I don't have a character shirt for my character.
Nerp.
You can just do a planet.
There you go.
Here, do the planet as I'm every other motherfucker.
Draw my continent.
Yeah, right.
All right.
But-
Well, yes. Thank you all so much. I have to be up at 5 for work, so I'd like to get going ASAP. But thank you sincerely, and we'll see you next time.
Peace.
Have a good one.
War.
Adios.